Of course, the big one for the teams that finished in the latter half of the points table. The final is between 7 districts and DCC. DCC being a young side, 7 districts have just about managed to reach the finals after winning the semis. Well, for the final of the plate division, what will the pitch be like? Let's join Asim and find out.
Thank you guys, and welcome to the final day, and it is the day that matters the most to both the teams that have qualified here for the finals. Now before that, we would like to assess the conditions out here. Pretty pleasant out here. It's 31 degrees and wind blowing across from to my left to the right, and it is at 21 kilometers per hour. And what that means is humidity ranging at around 41%. Not too much dew can be expected as the day progresses. Now that's more about the overhead conditions. Let's look out what the wicket has to say here. Now, compared to what was the wicket, it's the same track, but a different shade altogether. We did not have that sheen coming through on the surface. If you see, it's pretty hard. It's still that hardness which we can see. Yes, matches have been played. There have been games that have happened, but if you closely observe, if you come closer to the full length area, there is repair work that has done. So what that means is there is that freshness in terms of the patchwork that has been done here, which will probably be one of those aspects that the spinners can actually pounce on. There can be that sort of a grip, but it is too close to the bat. You would not want to target that area. Probably stick slightly behind on the good length area. In order to understand what should be doing after winning the toss, I think it's a very tricky ask. I would still go back to the old school methodology. In a final, come out, bat first, put runs on board, put the opposition under pressure, and then try to defend it.
Right then, Asim thinks that he will be happy with the old school thought of putting runs on the board in the finals. Let's find out what the captains think. Let's again join Asim for the toss.
Good evening, and it is the day of the finals. I have the two captains here of Team 7 Districts. I have Mohammad Haider, our match referee Tehseen Javed, and Ammar Badami, the captain of DCC Starlets. Haider, you have the coin? Yes. He's going to flip. Heads is the call. And it is tails. Haider winning the most important toss of the tournament, I would say. What would you be doing?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum to all viewers. Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time since I won the toss here. We'll be batting first. So, yeah, we plan to put on some runs on the board and hopefully, inshallah, chase it down. Defend it.
Well, what do you think, what do you make out of the surface, the way it has been playing out in the previous matches? You think, chasing out has been that pressure point for all the teams?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think the same pitch was used for yesterday's match as well, and it looks like a good batting wicket. But, I'm always of the opinion that, when the first ball is bowled, that's when you find out about pitches, because it's never easy to read pitches. It's an art. So, yeah, I mean, we changed our plan. We wanted to bowl first, but looking at this pitch, it looks like a true batting pitch. And it will obviously assist the bowlers up front, but I think if the batsmen apply themselves, there's some good runs to be scored here.
Like when you say good runs, what is that good runs that you're talking about? Like how much is the ideal total that we are looking at?
I think anything over 250 plus is going to be a good score for us.
Well, all the very best. Any changes in this lineup that played the semi-finals?
No, we have the same squad.
All right, all the best. Go well.
Thank you, sir.
Ammar, did the toss go in your favor?
No, I did not today. I won't lie. I was going to bat first as well, I think so.
Well, what is making teams actually come out and bat first, especially when we've seen that, in UAE, toss has been the most crucial aspect, and teams winning the toss, electing to bowl first has been the norm. Tell me more about, you coming out and batting first. Is it because of the pressure of the knockout game?
I think that has some aspect of it, the knockout game, pressure of chasing. But I feel like over here, the wicket's always good to bat first on. It gets worse not worse, but, it's always good to bat on a fresh pitch at Sharjah. Always flat.
Well, are you guys, back to those, the pressure increasing moments in the previous game? It was a nail biter of a contest. I mean, how's the, atmosphere within the team?
I mean, the atmosphere was really good when we won the game. Obviously, I think credit goes to a few players, especially Surya for finishing it, Nilansh for his mature knock, and Shetty as well played a good knock. And I think we bowled really well. So if we took the catches, we could have restricted them to, I feel, under 150, which would have been a lot easier to chase. So I'm not too upset that we're bowling first today because I feel like we have a very strong bowling attack. So if we get them under a low total, back ourselves to chase.
Well, you've seen that, the batting has been slightly of a concern off late. Started off really well, but then, it started off slipping away from the initial plans that you guys had. How you guys, planning to get that right in the most important day for you guys?
Yeah, definitely we haven't batted well for the past few games, but I think if we can learn anything from the last game is that if we take it deep and if we apply ourselves like Nilansh did, play a long knock, the runs will come eventually. So I think we shouldn't be in a hurry. Just bat long, the runs will come. Build partnership.
And any changes in the lineup?
Yes, we do have a couple changes. I think Angad Nehru comes in, and I think that's about it. Yeah, Ahan goes out.
All right, all the very best. Go well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, so the news from the centre is that 7 districts, they have won the toss and they will be electing to bat first.
Right then, 7 districts winning the toss, electing to bat first, pretty much did what most teams like to do on the day of the final. Talking about this being the day of the final, of course, there are a lot of special things lined up for the final day. And right now, we will show you live pictures of the teams lining up for the national anthem. And of course, this is that moment when both teams will be very proud of playing this plate final. And let's head across for the national anthems.
Well, so we have both the teams lined up here. And they are all set in readiness for the pre-match formalities to be done. And they can actually make their way to the center. And we'll have the national anthem very shortly. Both the teams in blue out there. The only thing that differentiates them is one has that yellow patch, the other one has the green one. What will unite them is the national anthem of the country, and we will have that shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand upright and in attention for the UAE national anthem. Thank you, everyone. And we'll be moments away from witnessing the live action. Back to you in the commentary box.
What a beautiful sight. That was two teams playing for the plate championship here. 7 districts and DCC Starlets. Proud moment when you're singing your national anthem and in such a setting at the historic Sharjah Cricket Stadium. The Guinness World Record holder. These are the two sides. 7 districts, of course, will be coming out to bat first. Shahzad Ali, Muhammad Haider Ali, Lahiru Sandruwan, Muhammad Zamir, Muhammad Kashif, Muhammad Farooq, Wajid Khan, Rais Ahmed, Shahid Nawaz and Wahab Hassan. For DCC Starlets, Amar Badami, the captain, Shrey Sethi. Behind the stumps, Ronak Panoli, Karan Dhiman, Aditya Shetty, Punya Mehra, Yug Sharma, Surya Satish, Sailesh Jaishankar, Nilansh Keswani and Angad Nehru. Yes, just a reminder, this league has been going on for 47 years on the trot. And of course, the only year that they couldn't get it was the year of COVID 2020, when almost everything was at a standstill. And then, of course, in 2021, 2 seasons played back to back. Now, the top scores, we got one yesterday. Kamar Awan, 154 of 116 deliveries. Usman Khan the other night got 149 of 125 deliveries. Yasir Kaleem in that night of the quarterfinals got 140 unbeaten of 114 deliveries. And Ali Abid 134, Sagar Kalyan 124 for a losing cause. Abhay Jotin 124, Muazzam Hayat 120 not out. And that run chase where he really managed to ensure that he got things right. Muhammad Aslam's 118, Fayaz Ahmed 117 and Syed Haider Wasisha. What a talented youngster he is as well, got 116. The leading wicket takers, Vikum Sanjay Bandara, the Leap Sports purple cap holder, 4 matches, 11 wickets. Simranjit Singh Kang from the SCA, 4 matches, 10. Ranjit Mani, 10 in 5. Muhammad Zahid Ali, 10 in 3 games. Gopakumar Gopal Krishnan, 10 in 5. Ataullah, 10 in 5. Ahmed Shafiq, 9 in 3 games. Hafizur Rahman, 9 in 4. Manpreet Singh, 9 in 5. And Asif Mumtaz, 9 in 5 as well. The umpires almost all set to walk into the middle. The players in a huddle. And I can assure you this is a big moment for all these players involved. They will definitely want to get runs on the board. 7 districts, especially because they've won the toss and have elected to bat. It is such a pressure. You win the toss, the onus is on you to make the decision. What do you want to do? And you have to vindicate it. Not the easiest of things to do, especially on the day of the big final. Now, of course, a lot of people will say this is the final light, because, of course, this is the plate final and not the cup final. But still, imagine the kind of pride that both these teams must be taking in at least being able to play this game. And to talk more about that, alongside me is Shoaib Ahmed. Well, very good evening to you, Shoaib. Big moment for both the sides.
Good evening, Nishant. Big moment for both the sides. Big moment for Sharjah. Big moment for the Bukhatir League. And big moment for us as well in the Combox. Of course, one game that we were definitely looking forward to. And this is a game between two sides which could have been in the top 8, but just narrowly missing. Based on the points and the net run rate. So now it all boils down to this plate final. They would want to finish on a high, and they would definitely put on a show tonight.
Yes, and looks like the players of DCC, they're already thinking about batting. So Kashif is one of the two opening batters for 7 districts. Taking the new ball for DCC Starlets. It's going to be Yug, the left arm seamer. The very docile looking left arm seamer. He can produce some good deliveries for sure. I've seen him bowl pretty well, bowl a tidy line and length. He's a bit of a nag when it comes to his line and length. All in readiness, of course. A bit of a ceremony held before the final there. What a lovely sight that was. Teams walking out and spreading out and right in front of the trophy that we are all playing for. And then the anthem, that was also a pretty sight. So much pride when you're singing the national anthem. Of course, a little more goosebumpy when it's a packed house. First ball, appeal for a caught behind right away. Umpire not interested. Good start for Yug.
It's a positive start for Yug. That was a good delivery. As a left-arm bowler, I feel we enjoy bowling to a left-hander more. With the ball moving out, you've got a slip in place, and it's a rare occasion for a left-arm bowler to bowl to a left-handed batter. So, as a bowler, you cherish that chance. Oh, that's hit nice and clean, and that will go all the way for the first 6 of the innings. Well, a massive hit coming in from Wajid against the run of play. It was played from the offside to the onside, and first 6 and first runs on the board for 7 districts.
Oh, that was a lovely strike there from Wajid. What a way to get off the mark. What a way to kick off the final. Now then, it's down to you to show how does he respond. Slapped away straight to the fielder. Yes, I'm pretty sure that there will be some nerves, and that 6 that was hit was more out of the nervous energy that's flowing through.
Well, that again is a testament to the fact that cricketers in UAE play a lot of T20 cricket. So if it's in the slot, it's not as if they're going to hold on to their natural game of play. Nicely played. That's played in the gap as well. The ball will race away towards the boundary for another 4. So a 6 and a 4 for Wajid. And that's a very good start for 7 districts.
Yes, that was nicely played. Just opening the face of the blade there. If the previous one was all power, this was all timing. So Wajid is off to a good start. I think 7 districts, they've probably told themselves that, okay, we've won the toss, we've batted first, we've seen no target seems to be safe here. So we've got to give ourselves the best possible chance.
Yes, 350. That looks to be a power score on this wicket. That is the score that has given us some close matches and high octane thrillers. So yes, if you're batting first, you would definitely want to aim that 350 run mark, and for that you need a solid start, and that is what it is so far from 7 districts. And I like that plan of attacking the bowlers, especially the young talented bowlers of DCC Starlets, and putting them under pressure. Foolish drive again, not a great delivery from Yug, and that has been creamed towards the extra cover region for 4. A boundary to end the over. A solid start for 7 districts. 14 for no loss.
Nilansh Keswani, one of the bright stars of this tournament, is into the attack. He starts off with a wide. Not the ideal way he would have liked to start off with. But then he is someone who will definitely ensure that he gets things right.
Yes, Nilansh Keswani, like you mentioned, one of the stars in the making for UAE. I would have ideally wanted to start with Nilansh Keswani just because he's got that energy about him.
The only reason I can think of why the captain, Amar Badami, didn't want to start with him is with the left-hander on strike. Although I know that Nilansh doesn't mind that at all, but maybe the captain did.
The arm ball coming in. In fact, he enjoys, I would feel, bowling those arm balls against the left-hander with a slip in place. That ball shaping away would have been a lip-smacking contest.
And if you look at it, he would have bowled from the end where the leg side would have been the longer boundary for the left-hander.
Correct.
And I still feel that that is the end from which Nilansh should be bowling with the left-hander in the middle, because now if they pick up a single and the left-hander is strike, you've exposed the shorter boundary to Nilansh.
Yes, and also Wajid looks like a predominantly on-side player. He likes to play the shots on the leg side. Good over from Nilansh, just 1 run off it. As expected, a good start from him. 2 overs, 15 for no loss. Yug continues, and the first ball has been played straight back. Chase for the fielder, and the ball will win the race. Well, that was not timed too well, but still manages to find the ropes.
That was a very polite way to say that, Shoaib. That was not timed at all, really. He just got it off the inside half of the bat. And yes, that's a quick way to reach the fence for the ball.
I think the grass has been cut, and it looks like an even more quicker outfield, because that ball was just running away from the fielder. And mind you, Suraj Satish is one of the quicker runners, so he's got long legs. He couldn't reach there. So clearly, I think it is going to be a run feast here at Sharjah Cricket Stadium.
Isn't that last delivery a little bit of swing in the air for Yug? We'll keep him interested. And hits it straight over the top. Couple of bounces into the fence for 4. Wajid has come out with an agenda which is very clear. Again, not timed of the toe end of the bat, but he gets the boundary nonetheless. "23 runs conceded so far by DCC. 22 of them have come off Yug. And straight back at him. Yug doesn't get his hands up in time. That's another boundary.
Well, this is good batting from Wajid. He's enjoying playing against Yug. That was hit straight and very close to Yug as well. Luckily, not hit directly at him. And that's another boundary. So, enjoying his time out, and a good start for Wajid. He moves on to 26 of 10. And most of those runs, in fact, all of those runs have come against Yug.
And he tries to slip in the Yorker. There's a little hint of movement in the air for Yug. He's just not been able to utilize that. If he can do that, he'll definitely have a few questions asked to Wajid. Lovely pickup again. That's how he got off the mark. That's how he finishes the second over of Yug. 3 overs bowled. It's 31 without loss. What a shot. Beautifully picked up.
It's a great shot and a good positive start for 7 districts. It's 31 for no loss. So Nilanj Keswani continues. First ball using his feet. Kashif wanted to play towards the long on region, but finds the fielder at mid-on. Played with soft hands.
Nilansh, 8 deliveries, hasn't conceded a run. That's nicely paddled away. Lovely shot from Kashif. He will get off the mark, won't quite get the boundary there. They'll pick up a couple. A direct hit from the deep. Three more deliveries to go in this over.
The launch Keswani making sure his fielders are right, because obviously there's a left-hand, right-hand combination. So that means that the fielders will have to move around the 30-yard circle a lot. Flicked off the pads, nicely done. Big gap there. Should be too easily. That's good running between the wickets, and this is looking to be a very positive start for 7 districts. They haven't been bothered by the deliveries. They haven't been beaten so far, and everything has come from the middle of the bat.
So Kashif has moved on to 4 of 10. And that's on the pads again. That is tickled away fine. You're giving it the chase. That is an expensive over by Nilansh. Standard 6 runs coming of it already. There's still a delivery to go. 37 without loss. Defensive prod, end of the over. 4 overs bowled, 37 without loss.
Flicked off the pads. In fact, leg bye signaled by the umpire. So change of bowling. Sailesh Shankar has been brought into the attack. He's replacing Yug, who proved to be quite expensive in his 2 overs.
There's plenty of runs conceded by Yug there. 30 in his 2. Right now is standing at third man right in front of our eyes. Good leave outside the off stump, well bowled. A little bit of shape away from the right hander for Sailesh to start with. DCC Starlets, the thing about them is that they're a team filled with youngsters, and everything that they do here is an experience for them, is something that they will learn from, and is something that will help them grow. So even those 30 runs conceded by Yug in those 2 overs will serve as a brilliant lesson for him going forward. Oh, beautiful delivery. What a shape there for Sailesh.
And that's good bowling. Again, that ball moving away, and that is what has been a common feature here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium, especially in the first innings. The ball does move in the air quite a bit for the first 8-9 overs. That is where teams actually have to focus a lot, because you don't want to lose wickets. And if you have wickets in hand, you can definitely get a good score on board. 2 slips in place. That's good to see from Amar Badami. He has got a good aggressive intent, and they know the importance of getting a wicket earlier on in the innings.
Yes, definitely. This is very positive, but I'd really like to see the kind of field he employs for Wajid, because most likely Wajid will be facing Nilansh Keshwani in the next over for the first time. Lovely shot. Doesn't look like... Oh, mix up there. It's a dot ball to finish. 5 overs bowled, 38 without loss. Now it is the end of the over. 38 without loss after 4, 5.
Nilansh Keshwani now for the first time bowling to Wajid. A slip in place. Ronak Panoli is at slips. They've got a backward point, a point, cover sweeper inside the circle, and an extra cover and a mid-off on the offside. Does well. I think he is going to set him up. 2 fielders on the onside, a long on and a deep mid-wicket. And I think this is good bowling and good planning, good field placement. Now that is something that is going to play on the mind of Wajid when he plays that shot towards the onside. But he bowls it towards the off, and this is easy pickings for Wajid. Poor delivery from Nilansh and rightly punished. 4 more.
Well, I think the invitation was there to go through the offside, and Wajid said, "Thank you very much." You keep talking about the shorter part of the ground. He decided to take the longer one on. 5 fielders on the offside, and then a slip fielder. Now flatter. Back to the bowler. And he goes down the ground. This is a 6. Very good strike there. And our camera person Arvind trying to take the catch, but couldn't really. It wasn't possible for him because he's no Spider-Man. He might handle the spider cam going forward in his life sometime. And he goes for it again. It's the same result. This time it's dropped by Arvind there. That came again off the toe end of the bat with such clean hitting. End of the 6th over, 54 without loss. So amidst all the big hitting that has been going on from one end, now both ends as Nilansh went for runs as well. Sailesh has silently bowled a maiden over and it started off with another dot ball. That's full. Driven straight to mid-on. What a knock this has turned out to be from Wajid. 46 of 19. That's what he's batting on. He reaches out to that one and drives it. Hasn't timed it well. Will pick up a couple again. Now Kashif has scored 8 runs. And there have been 4 scoring shots. All 4 couples.
Yes, and Sailesh has been bowling well. We've seen him bowl really well, but in patches. So in a few games he was expensive. In few games he really impressed us all. But today he's bowling just at the right length, and that is something really pleasing to see. This is so important as a fast bowler. If you miss your run-up, you never bowl. That's the first lesson you learn. Sometimes if you have a good coach, the coach informs you. Most of the times you learn by experience. You miss your run-up, you're never going to get the ball where you want it to be bowled, and you will always be taken for runs. So, first advice, miss your run-up, never bowl.
Looks to cut, misses. Because the batsmen don't like it at times. And then there starts a little bit of a battle between the batsman and the bowler. Then you run in and the batsman suddenly pulls out.
Yeah, you can always smile back at the batter and tell him you're sorry. There's no harm in doing that. But in case you do decide to bowl, and if you are hit for a 4 or a 6, the entire team is going to frown at you. So you can afford that one smile.
Yes, absolutely. There's nothing that a smile can't set straight. And yesterday was World Smile Day.
Was it? Well, for Nishant, it's smile day. Every day is a smile day for Nishant. He's always smiling. So
Yeah, I mean, it takes no money to give a smile and just pass it
perfect
around.
Gujarati statement coming in from Nishant Majetia. But yes, and it does wonders, doesn't it?
Absolutely, and that is one thing that spreads. I rarely have come across a person you smile at and that person doesn't smile back.
You know, talking about bowling after you miss your run-up, I've learnt it the hard way. I've done it a few times, and each time I've done it, I have regretted bowling that delivery. End of the over, 56 for no loss.
Surya is into the attack, and straight away Wajid hits him for 4. He gets to his 50 of just 20 deliveries. And on that note, let's say hello to Asim after a long time. Well, Asim, how's your health first up?
I mean, doing pretty well. Just recovering pretty nicely. And what a way to give that Surya Namaskar.
Yes, and ironically, it's the time for the sun to set. Not the right time for it, but then that's how it is. And he walks down the track. He goes for it. That will land safe. They'll pick up a couple of runs.
Not so confident looking shot, but when you have scored 52 of 21 deliveries, I think you can go after it, backing yourself, backing your the shots that you've played in the past. You just need to get in the line of the ball.
And he again throws his bat at it. That's off the toe end. Hasn't timed it at all. Nilansh looks to be a little aggressive here. I think being hit for a 6 straight back past his head is still playing in his head.
Well, I think Wajid really needs to get hold of himself here. Just pull himself together. And more importantly, his partner needs to talk to him that just hold your horses, mate.
No, that's not the idea that he is looking at. He is looking at doing that. And I would rather say, Asim, why to hold back? He's going on brilliantly. Let him keep going. And if he keeps doing that for 15 overs, you have a score on your board.
Well, definitely. But what I, just fear is the fact that when you lose a batsman who's going in with that flow, and when your partner has just contributed 8 runs out of the 68, well, you are actually, at one point in time, if you fear that would we be able to, manage that flow. Definitely pitching down the leg. And that's what the umpire thinks. Not out.
Now, Wajid is batting on 58 of 23. We'll take another look at that first. Yes, definitely pitching outside leg, hitting outside leg.
And not even hitting the stumps. So, I mean, you go at that pace, that's fine, but you got to be picking the right balls in order to go with your instincts. You just can't throw bat at anything. I mean, you saw 2 balls that were away from his arc.
Again goes for it. That's a good save by the fielder at short mid.
I think excellent change of pace there from Surya. End of 8 overs, 68 for no loss. And Sailesh continuing, he's been pretty economical here. Good start for him. 2 overs, 2 runs. So pretty contradictory, but you know, exactly opposite in terms of what figures the other bowlers have managed to maintain here. And Sailesh, and maybe one of the reasons that he has not bowled to Wajid yet.
Yes, he's only bowled to Kashif so far. That's a very valid point. Now Wajid, 58 is what he's batting on. 8 fours, 4 sixes. That's 56 runs of boundaries. Now Kashif decides to throw the bat at it.
Now he should not just, you know, try to compete Wajid in terms of the hitting abilities. Just stick around there. It's his day. Let him enjoy that. You just stick around, play that 50 over what the format asks you to play. Give singles, bring your partner who's doing really good on strike, and enjoy the show from the other end.
Yes, that's why Akash Chopra and Virendra Sehwag got so much success in Test cricket. Of course, Gambhir was a more suited opening partner to Sehwag, because he did score runs as well. But Akash Chopra, on days when Sehwag was batting berserk, would play the kind of knock that Kashif is playing. Not willing to score runs, just hold one and up.
Well, I think he has been fed with really good deliveries which could have been taken for runs. You know, there were over-pitch deliveries, which is just trying to play around to the fielders. Well, not sure what's going on in his mind, but if you have such a belter of a track, you probably go back your strengths. And not that Kashif does not play good shots. He plays those aerial shots above the mid-off and the cover region. And he should back himself.
Now he tries to do that, comes down the track, hits it straight back past the bowler. Now this is what happens when you're not hitting the good, your balls for 4. You try to hit the good balls for 4, and then the shot making becomes a little rusty. This was not timed well.
Well, absolutely there, Nishant. You got to then you start inventing shots which are not meant to be played. And then when you lose your wickets, you kind of show your frustration when you're walking back. And that's what you want to be trying to avoid, trying to cut. And you know, that's what it is all about. You make sure, because one delivery is what it takes for you to send you back to the pavilion. You got to be really smart in terms of your shot selection.
Nicely bowled this time. And Sailesh, it's good to see that he has not really looked to be in any kind of pressure. And I would really like to see him bowl to Wajid. How does he react to bowling to him?
And with the ball shaping away from the right-hander, which will naturally going to come into the left-hander batter, I think Wajid would slightly find it uncomfortable to play against him, because one shot too many, he can have his timber disturbed. He's playing across the line as well.
He was playing across the line to Yug, who was moving the ball away from him. That's a good shot from Kashif. He will pick up one. Oh, a little bit of a fumble there. He just slipped. Sometimes it's just not your day, isn't it? couple to finish the over. 9 bowled, 74 without loss.
Short delivery, pulled in the air, chance for the fielder, and he takes it. Misjudged it, but managed to pull it off. What a big wicket here. This is a big wicket. Wajid walks back.
Surya has struck, and he has struck gold. Change of pace, doing the trick. And a good catch in the deep as well.
Well, how often he has impressed us there. Karan Dhiman. And look at that. Excellent catch there from Karan Dhiman. And he's impressed us throughout the tournament with his catching abilities, Nishant.
Yes, Wajid Khan departs for 58 of 26. The sun is setting here, but then Surya strikes. So Zamir is the new man in here, left-hander replacing left-hander. Surya, expensive first over, conceded 12 runs. Picking up a wicket, the important wicket of Wajid. The good thing for 7 districts here is that Kashif has shown signs of getting aggressive in the previous over. which might just mean that he might want to take over from Wajid here.
Well, I think he will have to be patient now to build a partnership with Zamir, who is the new man, and we haven't seen Zamir bat up the order, so it's a very strange move here coming in from 7 districts. He's always been that number 10, and that's a wayward delivery. An excellent stuff there from the wicketkeeper, getting in line of the slip fielder to stop that one. Look at that movement. It's quite wayward there. One good thing about Surya Satish is he's been really into the game. He understands, how to put brakes on the scoring, mixes his pace up pretty nicely, and that has been the success for him in terms of the bowling department.
Yes, very good exponent of the cutters. That's a poor delivery.
A tall lad. You just have to be testing the batters a bit with the bumpers. Not that he would be very, very effective, but just to put that aspect in mind, man, I am in excess of 6 feet. Just do not underestimate that I'm just going to keep bowling length deliveries. Here is one for you. Once again, back of the length, and Zamir gets off the mark.
Now, all the bang bang done by Wajid at the top, and the run rate is still under 8.
Well, I think Wajid has given that impact that 7 districts were looking for, and that was missing throughout the tournament. You've got to be backing, you've got to give credit to the captain, Mohammad Haider, for backing players. They haven't been consistent in terms of performing, and still he has backed his initial plans, which has been successful in the T20 format. And then on the day that matters the most, Wajid comes and, gives that pre-Diwali gift to Haider.
Shortish hasn't timed it. That's the bouncer that Asim was talking about, the customary bumper that he bowls as a surprise gift for the batter.
I think if you're a tall fast bowler, even if you are not good in terms of your short delivery, if you're not quick, you should still try to bowl one as a surprise delivery. And what happens is it's not only the quick ones that are effective, it's even the ones with the pace that which Surya is bowling that also can turn out to be effective, because the timing does not come in. That's where the batters actually face a problem. And this one, we'll have to wait and see the signal of the umpire. Did that fly off the bat? Yes, it did. And it was a very good delivery there. All the balls moving away. This one slightly holding its line, getting that inside edge of the bat of Zamir. And that brings it over to the end. 10 overs gone, 82 for 1. And that was the fireworks that began here. Day of the finals. Wajid was brilliant with his shots throughout the ground. Most of them coming in the strong zone that he bats. That was the best one of the lot. Trying to test his offside skills there. The lunch case one in this over. That Wajid was too good. Was the entire Wajid show. Not a single shot of Kashif being shown there in the highlights of the power play, except for that one. That was one glorious hit coming in, and that was that big wicket of Wajid falling. Excellent catch from Karan Dhiman. Now things will definitely poise out at a different pace now as the second power play begins, and it's going to be Sailesh Jaishankar continuing from the SCA end. Well, Nishant, Heather was pretty confident that 250 is a good enough score on this track. Your thoughts about it?
Very tricky to say, to be very honest. 350 hasn't looked safe, and 180 has looked defendable on another night at this very venue, on this very wicket. So I think it has been very difficult to predict a score. But yeah, if you're a good batting side, then you would definitely want to post 300 plus. But then, as I said, even in the first semi-final we saw 180, and Kolata Chocolates found it very difficult to chase down.
Put down. And that was Kashif. Looking a bit rusty there, trying to gain some confidence with a couple of boundaries, and then sneaked one to the wicketkeeper, who put it down.
Well, Sailesh has bowled that channel very effectively. That should have been taken, is what I feel.
I think lack of basics there. If the coaches are actually looking at that, it's purely lack of basics coming through. Both the hands should be going in, reaching the ball, and try to plug that through the thin air. And that's what went in to relax one of his knee to have that balance. And that was that actual cause of trouble. You have a lot of senior members of the DCC out there in the dugout. Salman Farooq, Amin Farooq, KS Farooq himself. And then you have the man who's been an integral part of behind developing teams there, Mohammad Rashid. So, I mean, a complete team effort, I would say. Behind the scenes, they've been putting in a lot of effort, and I think a lot of credit should be given to the way DCC have managed to prioritize their vision.
Yes, and in a way it's good that they've been backing youngsters, budding cricketers. Of course, you'll need experience to do well in tournaments like this, but still feel that never too bad to back youngsters and ask them, throw them at the deep end, let them fight with the men.
Well, then it's as good as throwing them in the deep end and not have a rescue nearby, and they drown. I mean, you would probably need some support in the field of play in the form of seniors. I will definitely be aligned pretty much that you know, put these youngsters, these budding talents in this competitive arena, but not having seniors who can guide them in the field of play, how to handle pressure, how to handle scenarios, how to handle situations. I think that's something very subjective, and this is what I feel should be done.
Yes, absolutely. 2 or 3 people who can share their experience won't be a bad idea at all.
I mean, that's what we saw when SCA were playing, right? I mean, we saw Simranjit in the form of a senior player. Kashish Panseja, he was a part of the team. So you could actually feel the fact that, you know, there is guidance coming through if at all situations is going out of control, how to pull things back. And there is always that on-field mentoring that is required when you are going into bigger competitions. Otherwise, it's just about pushing them and testing their abilities. Beautifully bowled. Late movement. I think Sailesh Jayashankar has been a different figure altogether here. 4 overs, 10 for him. 11 overs, 84 for 1.
Here comes Surya. Good delivery. And I think that's what we are talking about. You got to hit that channel in order to keep the batsman guessing. I wouldn't be surprised if they get in that short mid-wicket fielder and push them in that gully region. And test Zamir, who is usually batting at the number 9, number 10 spot for 7 districts throughout the tournament. And today, in the finals, he's been pushed up. So we have seen a lot of experiments coming through from 7 districts. Haider Ali was pushed up. Now it is time for Zamir to show some promise here to the captain. Width on offer, and that has been dispatched. This is good shot there. Width on offer, deserved punishment, and getting that one. So Zamir showing definitely a lot of promise here. 88 for 1 here. 7 districts. Bowling well, trying to pull things back in their favor. However, they would need to pick wickets in order to bounce back in the competition. Yes, the damage which Wajid was and the difference that he made, that can only be covered up if you can pick up quick wickets here. The good back of length delivery from Surya. I think both the teams only been differentiated. They both are in blue. The only color that differentiates them is that patch of green versus yellow. Nicely worked around for a single. And I think it wouldn't be a bad move to get a Punya Mehra in here, because you are actually seeing Kashif really pushed on the back foot here. And Zamir, who's new into the crease, batting on 11 of 11 with a couple of boundaries. I think it would be not a bad move to get Punya Mehra in, roll in a few overs.
Yes, and I would also not mind seeing Yug being given a couple of overs here, because he's really underconfident. This is not a bad time for him to come in and try and slip in a couple of good, quiet overs, get the confidence back.
This time it's pulled in down towards the backward square for a single. Yes, and I'm completely aligned on that front. You know, we saw that last night where things were, you know, when it was pulled back in favor of Karwan Cricket Club after the wicket of Yasir Kaleem and Waqas Ali. I think they immediately went back to Zahid, who mixed it up pretty nicely, still went for runs, but I think that is how you got to be backing your fast bowlers in your side. If you're playing them, you need to back them. Those are your lead bowlers.
That's a good leave from Zamir. Very well left. That'll be the end of the over. 12 ball, 90 for 1.
Here comes Sailesh into his 5th over. Beautiful delivery. And just centimeters away from the off stick. Playing a very rash shot. That was very, very close. Very, very close. I'd say Sailesh Jaishankar
Better luck next time. That was a very, very good delivery. "91 for one here. I think and on to the pads, and there is a fine leg to protect that. Will be a single. I think looking at the score here, 12.2, 92 for one. If you just keep on playing with that average of 4.5 an over, I think we are looking at the 300 mark. You just don't need to act funny. Probably look at one boundary in 3-4 overs.
Yeah, I think they're going on at more than 7 and over right now. So 5 and over from here on should be good enough.
I mean, I wouldn't mind even 4.5, the way they are batting right now. And since Akashev was taking a lot of time, now it is a time that he converts this into a big score and make it worthwhile of spending so much time out there. Because we have seen in the previous matches, Kashev spends time on the wicket and he gives his wicket away. That is the problem.
Yes, you want to avoid that. You definitely want to avoid that. You want to hang around and you want to just try and then make sure that your presence counts.
Definitely. This is good stuff here. Excellent commitment from Aditya Shetty. And Aditya, who's been part of the UAE team of late, not been part of the main side that has flown for the World Cup to Australia, but he is among those standby players. I think standby for Karthik Mayappan, if I can be very specific.
But then shouldn't he be flying to Australia even if he's a standby?
I think it's that's how it works with the associate nations, it seems. Only when it is required, they have been asked to fly. I think that's a fair call there. They already have backup within that squad. It's just that when that is under question, you know, when the first choice is under question, that's where, due to injuries or any thing of that sort, when he'll not be able to participate, that's where, you know, calls are made and then the players actually fly.
Yeah, I think it's again back to the pre-COVID era. The rules probably. Bit of swing there, but driven with the swing by Kashev. Chase for the fielder, and they will pick up 3. Pretty good running between the wickets.
Now, I really don't like that way of throwing the ball. You guys are young. I mean, put in that effort. Keep, you know, you have likes of Jadeja, who are you can probably be the ideal fielder to go for. That when he holds the ball in his hand, batters actually fear whether we should run for it or not.
So Surya, he is continuing here. I'm not sure how wise of a move this is to continue with the fast bowlers, especially knowing the fact that it gets really difficult at a later stage when the spinners are not able to grip the ball. That's when you probably use the fast bowlers and their abilities to actually use the slower ones. Here comes Surya. He's into his 4th over.
Yes, and Surya is their primary death bowler. In fact, there have been matches where you've seen Surya not having bowled for 35 overs and then comes in to bowl 5, 6, 7 overs at the death at a stretch.
Well, I really would want to make sure that the workload is managed properly for these fast bowlers. Young fast bowlers playing in the summertime, you've got to be ensuring that the injury aspect is also taken into consideration. Beautiful delivery. What a delivery. Took Zamir by surprise. He's a tall batsman. And if you are challenging him with that sort of a bumper, wow, I love it.
We're just talking about Srishant versus Callis. And very similar to that. Beautiful delivery, just that this is no South Africa, mind you. These pitches do not give much assistance to bowlers. Back of length, tapped. And it's fine to get off strike. Just get to the non-striker's end and think about that delivery and then let go of it.
I think, you know, as a batter, you got to be mentally very strong. Yes, there are errors that happen, and the errors that you're not paying a price of it on that very given moment, you probably need to think about what you could have done better and just move on with the flow of the game.
I think it's all about just letting it sink in and then accepting it and moving on. Short ball, pulled this time by Kashif, but straight to the fielder in the deep, just a single. Now, does Surya bowl another one? Or maybe keep him thinking about the bouncer and slip in a Yorker?
Well, I would really love to see that sort of a delivery disturbing his overall stability at the moment here. Zamir was taken aback with that sort of a delivery from Surya, and I believe he has been bowling to Zamir. I think out of 16 deliveries, he's bowled 12. He's faced 12 of Surya. Short delivery in the air, chance for the fielder. And that has been dropped by Karan Dhiman. I think if anybody would have taken that in the entire team of DCC Starlets, it would have been Karan Dhiman. Slightly misjudging. Oh, purely misjudgment.
Yeah, he thought he had reached it where he hadn't. Now that is the end of the 14th over. It's 100 for 1.
And it's time for the little magician, Aditya Shetty, introduced into the attack. And he starts with a dot ball. Change in the bowling here from the SCAN, and there is definitely going to be change in the com box as well. Joining me for the next passage of play will be Shoaib Ahmed. Welcome, Shoaib.
Thank you, Asim. Good evening, everyone. All those who've tuned in for this plate final here at Sharjah Cricket Stadium. We are in for a good contest, 100 on the board already in the 14.2 overs that we have seen so far, 101 now with that single. And what we have witnessed is that run scoring is a lot easier on this wicket, and 350 is a par score on this wicket.
Well, absolutely. We saw that in the game last night, but anything, you know, under that 350 mark is definitely going to be that grey area. You really can't predict. Nicely tossed up in the air. Umpire is not interested.
Well, I think from the first look, it looked as if the ball was pitching outside leg. Aditya Shetty goes big, goes downtown. That's gone high. That's gone the distance. That's a 6.
A big hit off the bat of Zamir. The ball coming into him, and he making sure that he got enough connection over the head of that long on fielder. All he could be is just be a spectator. Get the ball in to the field of play. Good looking shot from Zamir. Now that's definitely going to boost his confidence. 21 of 19 for him. Slightly was taken aback with that bumper from Surya Satish. And trying to give it back to the DCC Starlets that, I am not unsettled yet. And Shoaib, one surprising move that came in is the fact that Zamir, we have seen him that bat at number 9, number 10 throughout the tournament. And suddenly in the finals, there is a shuffling in the batting order that we've seen.
Yes, again, this is something that we've seen with quite a few other teams as well. IGM did a lot of shuffling in their batting order.
I think one of the main reasons for the loss would definitely be that shuffling. Because you've just pushed Shahnawaz back, where he was actually scoring runs for the team. Could have been given a go when things were required to be accelerated with a boundary in every 2-3 overs. And Shahnawaz gave that sort of an effect in the game.
Yes, in hindsight, you would feel that Shahnawaz should have batted up the order. But that is, I think, a problem when you have similar kind of players in the batting lineup. If you've got 3-4 players who are, of that same mold where they take time, they're more technically sound. Shivam, Kuwar Pathak, Shahnawaz. I feel all these players are more or less the same. And that is why it becomes difficult for you to decide who goes up, who goes down. 107 for 1.
Short delivery, and that's been pulled down towards the fine leg. I think would have been definitely a good option to get Yug back in and get his confidence back in as well. As Nishant had said before, couldn't have asked for a better opportunity for that youngster to regain his confidence. And more importantly, he would have actually learned that you just don't give it away, give up. If you just have a bad start, you can always pull things back in your favor if you finish well.
Surya Satish, with that 786 jersey number, has been a tad bit expensive, but he's got a wicket.
Short delivery, and this time it has been slapped over the mid-wicket. What a good-looking shot. He was set there that it is coming up. He was anticipating that, and Zamir, what a good shot that is. It's a whack down towards the mid-wicket.
Well, I was just about to say before this delivery that Surya Satish is more of a short pitch bowler, predominantly bowls a lot shorter than what I would ideally want him to bowl. And that is why he's been punished, because as you mentioned, he was ready, he was anticipating that short delivery, and he's got 6 runs.
SDS 7 districts, 115 for 1, and what a shot that was from Zamir. Again, a wide delivery. The Surya is leaking runs here. He's conceded 40 already. To bring himself back in the contest here. Beautiful delivery. This was well directed. Shorter than the previous one. And that is that length which has troubled Zamir a lot. Especially the one that is moving away. .116 for 1 in 15.4. Short delivery and punished once again. Results the same. It has sailed all. Umpires checking that, but that's gone all the way.
Well, it looks like an action replay, isn't it? Same ball, same shot.
This was slightly skied up compared to the previous one, but result remained the same. 6 good runs here for Zamir. So what a move here. A master stroke from the captain, Mohammad Haider. 33 of 25 for Zamir.
Yes, and the left-hand, right-hand combination, that's what they have persisted with, and that has reaped a lot of benefits for 7 districts. Off the pads, again, expensive, fuller, but won't go all the way. There is a fine leg. They'll just get a single, and leg buys will be signalled by the umpire. 16 overs gone. 123 for 1.
So Aditya Shetty to continue. Another big hit. Just as Shoaib said, Shetty shouldn't have been the ideal option here coming through. And he has been dispatched for a 6.
Yes, I think with a left-handed batter who's playing so well, who's so strong on the onside, I don't think it was a good plan to introduce Aditya Shetty. Maybe get a Ronak Panoli or Punya Mehra to bowl those off-spinners.
Well, Punya would have been an ideal option here. We have been stressing a lot more on that fact that Punya should have been brought into the attack. But Aditya Shetty, who has a good wrong on, can actually set him up as well. That can be that, that enticing delivery that he got. But that's a bad one.
Yes, it all also depends. Asim, I'm sure you would agree to this more than anybody. As a keeper, you when you're watching the bowler and the way he's pitching, you get an idea of what the rhythm that bowler has, how well he's bowling on that day. And I think here, Aditya Shetty not looking at his absolute best, especially against the left-handed batters.
I mean, that rusty start here for Aditya Shetty. But we know what kind of bowler he is. He has started off with that figure of 13 in 1.2, and we pretty much know that he can have that 10-over spell end at 30 for maybe 2 or 3.
Yes, and I wouldn't mind getting him to bowl if I don't have any other option. But when you have somebody like Punya Mehra, when you have somebody like Ronak Panoli who can bowl, I would have definitely used them.
Well, I think, so the entire idea of what you have in your mind is the fact that use Aditya Shetty against new batters when they come into play and disturb them with those wrong uns and keep them guessing. That can be that ploy.
No, he's a wicket-taking bowler, regardless of if it's a new batter or somebody who's playing on 90. He has the ability to take wickets. I just feel that against somebody like Zamir, who's playing so well, he shouldn't be bowling. That's another 6 to just prove my point even further. Zamir is looking very dangerous.
I think he's using that long handle of his very nicely. Second one of the over and third one overall against Aditya Shetty. He has hit 5 sixes already.
I think they've missed a trick here. But that is some good hitting from Zamir. No credit taken away from that strong left-handed batter. He's clearing the boundaries with a lot of ease. And that is why it's even more important to pick and choose the right bowlers. When you see somebody who's in such good form, you would want to get your moves right in the game of chess. And I think here they've just missed a trick, Amar Badami.
I'm pretty much aligned there, Shoaib, on that front. Pretty much convinced of the fact that Apunya Mehra could have been the ideal option coming through. Another bad delivery, and there is no protection there. Will result in 4 runs. And that's a 50 for Zamir. And especially that celebration is justifiable when you have been promoted from number 10 to number 3.
Yes, I think that's a master stroke. We saw one similar to this in the IGM game where Lukman was promoted up the order.
The luck man.
The luck man, and I think it is Zamir who's now playing that role of a pinch hitter to the point. And what a great move this has been. 50 of just 30 deliveries. 7 districts, 141 for 7. 141 for 1 in 17 overs.
And that's a no ball from Angad. Being a spinner, bowling a no ball is the last thing that you would want. The change up in the finals. We've got Angad playing this game, Shoaib. How smart is that move?
To be honest, I have no idea about Angad, so I haven't seen him. I cannot say anything right now. I'll have to see and observe. Flighted delivery, straight down the ground, fielder there, but it's going to be a free hit, so no damage done. Zamir will be disappointed that he couldn't clear that, because that was again another ball to be hit.
I think he was a tad early on the ball, and I think that's one of the reasons why he's got the toe end of the bat and the ball resulting straight in the hands of the fielder. Playing with soft hands, a dot ball. Playing upish, chance for the fielder, Karan coming underneath it, and he puts it down. He's put down his second catch of the night. It's just not after that first one of Wajid. He's dropped 2. That should have been taken. As per his standard, that should have been taken.
Well, you can't be dropping catches, especially at this stage where Zamir is looking so dangerous. It was Kashif's catch, but you know that you need a partner, you need a partnership breaker. You want to break this partnership, and when you get that chance, when you get that opportunity, you don't want to miss it. 18 overs, 145 for 1.
Well, so Aditya Shetty has been trusted again, and he continues from the SCA end. Well, a very interesting move. 2 overs, 24 runs, and he's still been utilized here. And that has been reverse swept. What a shot! One of the most convincing shots played by Kashif in this innings.
Well, he knows how Zamir has been playing as a left-hander. So on that occasion, he says that let me just do a La Zamir and play it towards that vacant point region. Good innovation. And he's got 4 runs as well. So he moves on to his 30s. And Aditya continues to be expensive.
Well, really loved the way he executed that shot. Middle of the bat, getting 4 good runs. That would definitely add to his confidence. And this time it's square leg. Results the same. Reverse, and then it is the conventional sweep. Look at that connection. Couple of bounces, and that has gone all the way for a boundary. So back-to-back boundaries here. Aditya Shetty has been taken for runs here. He's into his 3rd over. 32 already.
Oh, that looks close, but some bat onto it. No appeal, immediately realizing that there is some bat involved. That was a good ball from Aditya, and Kashif just going on the back foot. I don't think that's the right thing to do, Asim.
Well, we've seen Aditya being one of those bowlers that has troubled the batters who with his wrong uns. And there was a chance which I think Kashif made it comfortably. Expensive start here for Aditya Shetty. That's not leaving a positive note. You know, being the standby in the World Cup squad. That's just not leaving a positive note.
Well, it depends on how you look at it. Oh, that's been tonked again. That will just go into the hands on the ropes. Nilansh Keswani does well to get that wicket, important wicket of Zamir, and that belief in Aditya Shetty has finally paid off. Zamir will have to walk back.
Well, that's what we're saying. Belief is important. And Nilansh Keswani was cool as a cucumber while he took that catch. Calculated that boundary which was right behind him, and making sure that he had enough distance so that he does not roll over. Just getting a toe end of the bat. End of Zamir. He's making his way back. 51 of 33 deliveries. 7 districts are 154 for 2.
Here comes Angad. Continuing from the Bukhatir end. Trying to reverse sweep again. The new man in Heather. He's on the non-striker's end. So a left-hand, right-hand combination yet again, Shoaib.
I think that's, again, one of the plans that have worked for them, so they continue with that plan. Angad, given his second over, give away 4 runs in the first and has bowled decently well. Not a big turner of the ball, at least from whatever we've seen. He's not been able to turn the ball a lot, but just gives the right flight.
I think just pretty much straightens after pitching. And I think naturally with the grip that he has on the ball, definitely not be able to get that sort of a turn. Even bowling slow, he's just not able to get the turn. Meanwhile, played it towards the cover sweeper. Kashif will be able to get 2 there.
Yes, normally when we see somebody bowling and giving the flight that Angad is giving, they tend to get more turn. But that is not what we see when Angad is bowling.
I think it's purely about how you grip the ball pretty nicely and give that rev while releasing it. Again, pretty much straight. And, you know, this actually opens up the mind of the batter to go after you pretty comfortably. One step down and then it becomes a half volley, easy to dispatch. That's what turn brings you on the table.
Swept and swept away, front of square towards the mid wicket. 157 for 2 after 20.
Going on to the back foot. I'm not sure how wise is this option here, Shoaib. We've seen Aditya Shetty being very, very lethal against a batter, especially who opt to go against, on their back foot. He's been very effective against them.
Yes, he actually wants you to go on the back foot. That's where his chances are almost doubled of taking a wicket. Kashif on 39 of 63. I think it's a good knock from Kashif. Very sensible, taking his time. Brings out the sweep. Hasn't middled it or timed it, but the ball will just die on its way towards the ropes. They'll get 2 runs, leg by, signaled by the umpire.
It's been 9 deliveries and Heather has not gotten strike yet. 9 deliveries after that dismissal of Zamir. They have to get on strike there. So Aditya would definitely want to work on his figures right now. Going on to the back foot again. Wanted that single, but that could have been risky. It's 21st over in progress, 159 for 2. So very comfortable position here for 7 districts marching towards that. I mean, at this rate, definitely they are going above 300.
Yes, they definitely look well set to get to the 300-run mark, unless there is a dramatic turn of events where they lose wickets in clusters. Aditya Shetty on that googly thought he got his man. Brings out the reverse sweep again, but straight to the fielder and he drops it. Well, that should have been taken. I think it was Punya Mehra. Yes, at point. Normally he's a very, very good fielder. He'll be disappointed he dropped that. It was hit straight to him. That should have been taken. Well, that is definitely a catch drop.
It was well, he had covered the ground there in position. But nonetheless, a drop catch. Life for Kashif. 21 overs gone, 159 for 2.
.160 for 2 after 21.1 overs. Angad has asked to continue from the Bukhatir end. 2.1 overs, he's given away 8 runs, flights the ball really nicely, does not get a lot of turn. Can he get a wicket is the question. Yeah, flighted outside off, played towards the long off fielder, wide of long off. It will only be a single. Just the right time to introduce my co-commentator, as Asim Sheikh has taken a break. I've been joined by Nishant Majetia. Nishant, good evening.
Very good evening, Shoaib. Excellent batting so far. Lost just 2 wickets, going on at 7.5 runs and over. Perfect kind of situation you want to be in. Down the leg side, I think he has done a very good job here. And Haider is in trouble.
Well, umpire signaled wide and they're going upstairs to check that stumping. I think he was just outside when the keeper did the job for his side. I think it's Aryanch. Shrey is the keeper. And there you go, his both feet are outside. Oh, what is he doing? A stroll in the park, and that will cost him his wicket for sure. Not the right basic, and just falling all over. I think that's out.
He's gone, he's gone. And yes, a very smart work there by the wicketkeeper, knowing exactly when to whip the bails, and the umpire signals wide again. Haider departs for 1 of 1, 161 for 3. So Reis is the new man in. And I'm pretty sure that Kashif now will start thinking about batting long. Well ball outside the off stump. And Reis there just poking at it. .162 for 3. And big shot attempted, appeal, both in front of the wicket and behind.
Everything happening And I think this is just the right opportunity for DCC Starlets to get back into the game. A couple of quick wickets, put some pressure, and you might just see a collapse happening for 7 districts. Good delivery outside off race. Trying to play that towards the point. Wanted to cut it.
Angad looks good suddenly. Nicely bowled this time. Just defended it. That will be the end of the over. 22 bowled, 162 for the loss of 3 wickets. Big hit attempted by Kashif. He gets a boundary there. So Aditya continues to leak runs. But I don't think he'll mind Kashif going against the turn there.
Well, Aditya has been expensive, no doubt about that. He's not been able to control the flow of runs. Another good delivery. This time I think it looks close. Yes, will be given. It is given. Aditya Shetty strikes. A fuller delivery. Wanted to sweep that. Not sure if that was the right way to go about it, but caught right in front of the stumps. I think one of the easier decisions for an umpire in the game of cricket.
So Kashif departs. This is the losing wickets in cluster is what we were talking about. Kashif is out for 44 of 71, 72 in fact. It's 166 for 4.
Played straight towards the long off. Farooq is the new man in. More of a bowler, bowling all-rounder, I would say. Farooq Mamand. Now, who's got that run? We're still waiting for the runs to be updated.
I think Farooq did get that run. because this is Rais who is taking fresh guard. Just when I mentioned that Aditya wouldn't mind. Oh, that's a googly there. No, that's going down the leg side. And the batsman going across the line to him against the turn.
That was going down leg. That's a good call from the umpire, Imran Munir. So this is what we were talking about, isn't it? That wickets falling in quick succession, chance for them to make a comeback. Now this is the chance. This is just the right time for Aditya Shetty to be bowling. End of the over, 23 overs gone, 167 for 4.
Brilliant bowling by Angad again. Now, Shoaib, I'd like to pose a question to you. Won't it be a good idea to get Nilansh Keswani into the attack now?
I think it will be a very good idea. Couldn't agree more. Get your best bowlers. We've got 2 new players out there in the middle. Get your best bowlers. At least for a spell, a short burst of 2-3 overs. Try to get more wickets.
But then the million-dollar question is, which of these 2 bowlers you take off? Both seem to be bowling with a lot of confidence, at least in the last overs.
Oh yes, absolutely. Angad has bowled well. He's got that wicket as well. But he will have to take the back seat for some overs. Again, that flighted delivery just outside off.
Look at the way Nilansh is reacting behind the stumps there.
He's so animated all the time. He's so involved. He wants to be in the thick of things. I feel if he would have had his way, he would have wanted to bowl, bat, field, catch at the same time. All at the same time. One-man show, truly, Nilansh Keswani. Look at that again. Some really good bowling from Angad. Now you are in a spot of bother after seeing this over from Angad. No turn, but he's very consistent.
Just getting a little bit of drift away from the right-hander. And that is troubling Farooq. He's not managed to meet the ball even once in this over. Finally, he does manage to open the face of the blade. And he's looking for the second. Could be a risky second. Appeal. I don't think he's out. So they'll pick up 2. That was a risky couple, yes. 24 bowled. It's 169 for 4. So Aditya into his sixth over here. 2 for 38. Shortish delivery. That's nicely picked up by Rais there. And he's got it into the gap. He'll find the boundary.
Yes, just a little too short, and Rais did well to go on the back foot, play it over the bowler's head. That placement was great between the two fielders, the long on and the deep mid wicket. And he's got 4 runs. Aditya, he bowls well, but he just is leaking some runs. Nicely bowled, flighted outside off.
That's the googly. He's playing for the turn. Very well bowled. Just defending it on the onside this time. Rais there, batting on 4 of 11. There's a boundary to get off the mark. Final delivery of Aditya's sixth. Nicely driven again. This time Nilansh will cut it off. They're coming for the second. That will be the end of the over. 25 overs bowled. It's 175 for 4. Nicely bowled this time, defended. So Angad into his fifth. And the bowler is bowling well. He's very reluctant to give the ball away to anybody else. Six of 12 for Rais. Again, that drift away. Rais manages to get it past the bowler for a single.
Yes, they take the single, and this has been very, very economical and just the right comeback for DCC Starlets, especially from Angad. Gave away just 14 runs in his 5th over. Outside off will be called a wide.
Looks to cut, misses. (178) for the loss of 4 wickets. Couple of deliveries remaining in this over. Reverse attempted, hasn't got bat on ball there. Bit of glove. What is Farooq trying to do here?
Very absurd shot selection. He's not been able to middle the ball. As of now, he's just not been able to get a few free runs from the middle of the bat, and he's looked to reverse sweep. That's better. Gets a single and will keep strike. 26 overs bowled, 179 for 4.
Full toss this time, hit just over the fielder at cover. We'll pick up 2. Both the batters on identical scores, 7 of 13 each. Nicely bowled. Got to give credit to the way Aditya's managed to pull things back. First couple of overs, he was belted around. Very well bowled. Watchful defense there. Another dot ball.
.181 for 4. Nicely played on the back foot. That was very close. It gets so risky when you come in the line of the ball, play on the back foot, and then it's more of reflexes than anything else, just hoping that the ball touches your bat.
The good thing about this innings so far has been that they have managed to maintain the run rate of 7, because up front the attacking batting that we saw has allowed them. Oh, that was wide of the bowler there. Single taken. And that will be the end of the over. It's 183 for 4. Oh, poor fielding there. I thought it was just going to be a single, but then a little bit of a sloppy work in the deep, giving Rais the boundary.
Well, you have to feel for Angad. He's bowling well. On that occasion, he just expected some support from Punya. Outside off, and wanted to play that over the cover fielder. Rais on 12 of 17. Angad given away 20 runs, and he's taken that wicket. 187 for 4, and the scores have actually, it's just not coming, those boundaries. Wide delivery, not been called a wide. It was well inside that mark, so a legal delivery.
It's wide, but not wide enough. Slapped straight to the fielder at mid-off. Another dot ball. If I'm not wrong, Ronak Panoli also bowls left arm orthodox.
Yes, left arm, and Punya Mehra bowls right arm. So they've got another option in terms of the right arm off spinner. But Anand has bowled well. You cannot say that, you know, he didn't deserve or shouldn't be bowling. I think he's done decently well for himself, given away 21 runs, and he's bowling some really tight lines.
Yes, but he's bowled quite a long spell now. 6 overs. It's probably time to just shuffle things around a little bit. Farooq hits it over extra, and nicely for the second boundary of the over. See, this is what happens when you bowl a longish spell at a particular batsman. Batsman might just start reading you. Good finish to the over. 28 bowled, 192 for the loss of 4 wickets. Nilansh Keswani has been brought into the attack. I would say 2 overs at least too late. Let's find out what does Asim have to say. Welcome back, Asim.
Thank you, Nishant. And I was waiting when Nilansh Keswani will be brought back into the attack, because he has the capability of picking up wickets. And just as we say, there is a wicket that he has offered here. Look at that. He gets himself into the attack, and that's a wicket. I mean, talk about experience. There is decent amount of experience in the com box as well.
Well, of course, Shoaib and Asim have played a lot of cricket in the UAE. So no doubts about the experience there. But yeah, just imagine this happening 20 runs before.
Well, you wouldn't have actually let Farooq to cut loose. You know, those couple of boundaries, you'd have probably cut them out. Rais making his way back, 13 of 22. And that's what, you know, when you try to back your best bowlers in and let them bowl in partnerships, one of the other would actually pick up wicket. And that's what you've seen so many times here. New man in is Mohammad Haider, and as we were talking about Yug, you know, Nishant, you were of the opinion to get him, you know, when they lost Wajid, and probably at the time trying to rescue from there on. I mean, that would have been the ideal stage to bring Yug back and give him those wings to fly. Because after getting hit for 13 in 2 overs, you definitely need a comeback. And that's what we saw last night when Zahid also was given that confidence to bounce back in the game.
Yes, and I feel, as much as I've noticed Yug on the ground, I feel that he's that kind of a person who will probably need a little bit of backing after especially being hit for those amount of runs. Should give a very day-to-day example. I mean, Nilansh also looks like somebody who is not overtly aggressive, but he's very active. He's very involved in whatever is happening. But Yug, sometimes you feel that he's that studious boy in the classroom who has been forced to participate in a debate competition. So he will just walk out there, he'll say whatever he has to say, he won't enjoy being there. Somehow he gives that kind of a feeling, and he probably needs to open up a little bit as a person, and the coaches would do well to really pick that up.
Yeah, well, definitely. At 14 years of age, you know, if you try to polish such talents, couple of things you are getting in is building a character out of a budding sportsman, and another thing is that certain skills would probably would also be improved as well. Like, for instance, his pace is definitely going to go up from here. I think the impact is the main problem. Here the impact is the main problem. It struck him outside the off stump, and that's what that soft signal from Imran Munir was.
Yes, comfortably outside the off stump, the impact there. No doubts about it. The leg stump visible at the point of impact. End of 29 overs, 193 for the loss of 5 wickets.
And that kept low and nicely adjusted there by Farooq. Have to see how he takes this forward here. He's batting on 14 of 20 deliveries. And what you were talking about, Yug, is the fact that, you know, you've got to give him that opportunity. Now, the main question is, can that opportunity wait? Because this is a final.
I mean, I think now definitely is not the time. Now you want to go for the attack. Now you want to ensure that these guys don't cross 250. That was the ideal time when you give extended spells to Surya and, of course, to Shailesh. So probably a couple of overs there. Who knows? He might have picked up a wicket and suddenly he would have gained the confidence back.
Well, if that's the case, I might probably stop an Angad here and get that over from Yug, because Heather is the new man out there. Farooq, who will probably try to attack, that can, you know, be that trap. Well, he has gone for runs. Let me try against him. That's where you can pick up a wicket.
Yeah, not a bad idea at all. But I think now Amar has started thinking that, you know, let's not push it beyond the 40-over mark itself.
Well, possible. I mean, there are a lot of thoughts which come through different people. It's always easier to sit here in the com box and, you know, assess things. However, this is a glorious shot from Mohammad Haider, and that's the ideal way how you'd want to get off the mark.
Now, when you look at the replay, when it comes on your screen, please notice how far back he went and how far he waited for that ball to come to him.
And that's the advantage of having that long handle. You are a tall fellow, and you know, reaching to the pitch of the ball, that becomes relatively more easier compared to the other batters, wherein they have to take their feet in the line of the ball. Well, that's no affair here with tall batters. They have that reach, they will make full use of the reach.
Almost chopped on there. And a run-out opportunity, but I think he's just home. They've gone upstairs, but that little nod from the umpire suggesting that probably he's home.
I think he is home with the initial look of things, but we'll have to wait and see. A directed would have been definitely been interesting there. Well, he shot. Well, he is short of his ground. Well, it just felt that Haider probably would have made it. Not to be so. No direct hit required. It was way close to the stumps. Look at that gather, very clean, and off the bails go.
Well, Asim, I take a lot of pride in being very instinctive with my decisions whenever I see them on screen. This is the second time I've called a run out wrong in this tournament.
And so did the umpire. Had there been no third umpire in place, I think with the initial reaction from the umpire, it felt that the batsman had made it. Not to be so. And Haider is walking away. Not an ideal way to get out.
He's just confirming with his partner whether he was out or not. So Haider departs for 4 of 6 and they're 6 down now.
So the new man in is Shehzad. Now, we know a lot of about Shehzad, but we'll talk about it once we're back. 30 overs gone, 198 for 6. So here comes Nilansh Keswani, not a surprise move. I think someone who is a lead spinner and who has bowled just 4 overs, I think now he deserves to bowl on the trot.
He has a longish spell here. Now that he has picked up a wicket of the first over of his second spell, expect a longish spell from him. 200 up for 7 districts with that couple.
200 up, definitely. Now 20 more overs to go. If they just batted around 4 and over and just bat through the entire 20 over spell, we are still talking about 280. And that wouldn't be a bad total on finals. Well, we consider that 350 has been that par score. But when we talk about finals, coming out and chasing in a final, you need that sort of an experience to chase that amount of runs. And I feel both the sides lack that sort of an experience. Meanwhile, pushed it down towards a short third, and he wants 2, he'll get it comfortably.
Yes, Farooq takes these long strides while running. Ensures that he reaches home in time. Very well bowled. And Lanch has the habit of slipping in a gem of a delivery somewhere in between.
Well, the other day I was talking to Nasir Aziz, you know, with the kind of commitment that this lad has, Nilansh Keswani. I mean, he fell short on words to praise his commitment, his dedication towards his practice, towards his maintaining that accuracy, training on the ground. I mean, he reaches after, being in the camp, reaches the ground, practices at 3 o'clock in the afternoon when no one is there on the ground. And then again, he attends the 5 o'clock session where it's a group session. So a target bowling practice happens from 3 to 5. And then from there on, it becomes, a group session that they are a part of.
Yes, I was there during that conversation as well. That was a night when we waited outside till about 3 a.m. in the morning having these conversations.
Well, that's one of the side effects of, getting back into the cricketing circuit. You just keep on talking. Meanwhile, that is the innings how it has fared here so far. It was all the Wajid Khan show. It was the Khan Saab that explosive mode of Wajid. He was pretty confident with whatever he was playing, and just a chat around when he was about to go to bat. It was like, what should be done? It's like try to play in areas where there are no fielders.
Yes, and then that's how he got out. The slow delivery causing the downfall, and a few drop chances there as well. But tonight was the night of the left-handers, because we saw quite some wonderful shots being played by all the left-handers who came out. Batting, when they sort of made it look quite easy. It looked like as if Kashif was holding one end up and the others were just going bang bang. Abbasi also got to a 50 of 53 deliveries. And then he got out, caught by Nilansh at the edge of the boundary after getting to his 50. Then the stumping of Haider Ali. And then immediately after that, Kashif was out leg before. Then a little bit of a partnership between Raiz and Mohammad Farooq. Raiz didn't quite time that one well enough and was caught in the deep. Then of course Mohammad Haider got a boundary to start things on, but then that inside edge where he wanted the single was sent back, and a very good run out there to get his wicket.
Well, so going on the back foot there, Shahzad. 31 overs gone. Angad continuing here. He's been bowled. He's bowling his 8th over on the trot. And so far, we hasn't seen one single delivery that has turned. I mean, I certainly feel that there is something wrong with the grip that he has. Just not the typical off-spinners rev, especially the rotation of the wrist while he's about to release the ball. More of a straightish, flattish trajectory.
Yes, right. And that is why he's getting that drift. Whenever there's a bit of wind, he's getting some drift away.
And I think he wouldn't find anyone better than Salman Farooq, who's a part of the management of DCC Starlets, who can probably give him the tips to actually turn the ball. He himself being that off spinner in his playing days, so that can be an added advantage. Again, that drift through the air and managed to get that quick single.
And that is why I think it is important to use Angad in short spells, because if you're facing him for the first time, you're suddenly seeing an off-spinner bowling with an off-spinner's grip and bowling in that action and the ball moving away. So it might just be a little uncanny for you to face up front, and that is why it is handy to use somebody like an Angad in short bursts against different batsmen. Nicely driven by Farooq. Now Farooq has started reading him very well because he's been around for quite some time. 32 bowled, it's 204 for 6.
Time for some Shetty show here. Aditya into his 8th. He's picked up 2 for 48. Tad expensive, but I think the recovery has been really good because he was 3 overs, 32. And from there he has bounced back. Bounced back really nicely.
And those couple of wickets, they've been absolutely crucial. Punched off the back foot by Farooq.
It'll be interesting to see what sort of field setup he has for Shehzad, because he usually goes deep into the crease to play his shots. Not the best of the sight if you are a batting coach or if you are a batsman yourself to actually look at how he plays down those shots. Well, coming in at number 8, Shehzad, doing justice to the number, I'd say.
That was well bowled. In his defense, Aditya bowled that pretty well. One of 7. How about a googly, Aditya? Oh, there it comes.
Your request was answered pretty quickly. I think even you've left RJs behind. They take time to answer requests coming in from their audience.
Again, another one. So got one wrong, bowled the second one. Even the second one was wrong.
Well, I think I won't be surprised if he gets trapped right in front. The way he's batting right now, Shehzad, I mean, that's not looking very pleasant.
That's a full toss this time. So now he's saying that, okay, no leg spin, no googly. It's a full toss. What is the setup here?
I'm surprised that he doesn't have a slip in place. Very, very surprising.
I was just about to say there's no slip, so he's not planning to get his wicket off a leg break for sure. That's nicely tickled away by Shehzad. He'll pick up 2.
I think if you're smart enough, you can probably play him all day long in that mid-wicket region, because there is no slip in place. So even if you play that, or maybe even extra cover for that matter, go in for that shot, but probably you need to have a better strong stance and an approach towards your batting.
Oh, that was a googly again, but well outside the off stump. Got it off the inside half of the bat there.
I mean, you got to be letting the ball turn, pitch it slightly behind, maybe a feet and a half.
That's a big appeal. And umpire not interested. I think he thought that the impact was outside off, but that was close.
Well, looks like there was some glove involved, and you were spot on in the fact that the impact was outside the off stump. Nonetheless, 33 gone, 7 districts, 209 for 6. So it's Nilansh Keswani here. He replaces Angad, giving him some rest. And down the leg side, not a clean collect there from Shrey Sethi. Oh, but I mean, we've seen that 50-over formats team relying on wicket keepers. The quality of wicket keeping. I don't think so. It has been a standout aspect of the game that we could have actually seen, except for Furkan Khalil, who has been tremendous. And name a couple. Well played upish in the air. There is fielder manning that area. So coming back to the discussion there. Haven't seen convincing wicket-keeping skills coming throughout the tournament here, Nishant.
Yes, we've probably agreed very unanimously that Furkan Khalil has been a standout wicket-keeper, no doubts about it.
Well, apart from 3, I don't see anyone being that convincing. Beautifully bowled there by Nilansh. Top bowling.
I saw a little bit of Sandy as well. Sandy was not extraordinary, but he was pretty safe.
Well, you talk about being safe. The other day, dropping a catch as well. Yes, those are part of the game, but it's not justified unless it's very, very difficult. Nicely played by Shahzad. Gets a boundary. Finally showing some confidence there.
Yes, that was cut away very nicely there. Just some room provided, and he pounced on it. He knows that the field is up for him. He knows the bowling side is trying to put pressure on them. So if there is an opportunity to get a boundary, best thing to do is to take it.
I think this is the time you probably utilize and yes, you have a decent run rate. You've lost 6 wickets, but that should not let you be easy on those bad balls. 34 gone here. 7 districts are 215 for 6. Full toss, and that's going to be out. Yes, that is on the full. And that nod from Farooq felt that ball slightly might be drifting down the leg. Well, it definitely drifted down the leg, but it would have, I think, clipped the leg stumps while going.
Well, if you remove the batsman from the equation, the ball would have pitched before hitting the stumps, and after pitching it would have turned. So I feel that it would have hit probably leg and middle.
Well, I think when you're, giving LBW on a full toss delivery, you don't keep in mind what would have happened after pitching, because that's the law. When you are talking about a ball hitting on the pads on the full, you go with the same line in which the ball was, coming in from the bowler's hand, hitting the pads, and it will go in the same direction the way it came in. So that's the rule that the umpires will have to follow. I think it was slightly clipping. I think good decision coming through. So Aditya, he has picked up 3 for 53 in 8.1. And definitely Amar Badami would be backing him up to pick up a couple here in the last 10 deliveries that he has in his spell.
There's the googly. Very, very well bowled.
Now look at, the run rate here. 6.3, but look at the number of wickets that have fallen, 7. Now, even 250 looks difficult from here.
Very well bowled again. I think it's the 250s that they got at the top from Zamir and Wajid. It's because of those 250s that they've still managed to maintain that run rate of over 6.
Absolutely. That impact is still there. That spillover effect, what we call it, it's still there. And a really nice move here from Shetty coming around the wicket. And driven down. Fielder coming in, putting in a chase. Almost a confusion created between the two batters. So Shehzad giving him that right call, sending him back. 1 ball to go in his penultimate over. I like the move here from Shetty. He's got a slip in place.
Yes, now he'll keep Shehzad guessing whether it's the leg spinner or the googly that's coming through.
I wouldn't have mind if there was a leg slip also being placed. That would have even made it more difficult for him to keep on guessing. Nonetheless, just a wrong direction there of that googly, just way outside the off stump. 35 gone. 7 districts are 216 for 7. So Nilansh here continuing from the Bukhatir end. He'll be bowling at Wahab. He's bowled 6 overs for 34, slightly on the expensive side on a regular day for Nilansh. And some modifications here in the field. Shetty has been brought into the slip cotton. And will be interesting to see what he has to offer here. Nilansh has picked up 1. Well, this was the orthodox left arm spin coming into the left-hander. Tossing it up in the air, getting some movement. I think this is smart work here from Nilansh. You would even want to have that short mid-wicket fielder coming in closer. Even more closer, I'd say. Again, pushed it back. Nilansh does good work. They would definitely want to keep Wahab on strike as much as possible. Played off the back foot straight to the fielder. Another dot ball. So 4 dot balls on the trot here for Nilansh Keswani. Leaves him that scope of improving his economy. Shorter in length and played it straight to the fielder. 216 for 7 here, 7 districts. So they were once cruising towards that 300 mark. Suddenly there have been good bowling here from the men from Dubai. I'd say boys from Dubai. So 5 dot balls. In fact, it's a maiden over coming in from Nilansh Keswani. 36 overs gone, 216 for 7. Shetty into his final over. And to see if he has any surprise on offer, I have Shoaib, who's joined me in the comm box and immediately been greeted with few runs here.
A wild throw, quick runs, everything happening out there in the middle for both these sides. I think what a dramatic and entertaining turnaround this has been from Dubai Starlets. At one time, we were saying 300 confirmed, maybe 350. Now they're struggling to reach 250.
That's the beauty about the 50-over format, isn't it, Shoaib? I mean, you have to apply yourself and, you know, bat beautifully. Beautifully bowled there from Aditya Shetty. He had no clue about where the ball is, where it's going to turn.
Well, and that reaction from Wahab says that he's got everything under control. That reaction saying, oh, don't worry, I know, I've got it. There you go, that's gone high, that's gone into the hands of the fielder, another wicket falls.
Shoaib comes into the comm box and he brings wickets. I think he was just praying. What do you do, Shoaib? Tell me more about those skills. Forget about the bowling. Tell me about those skills.
Well, the credit goes to Aditya Shetty, the way he has bowled, the way he's come back into the game. And that is what one-day cricket 50-over format gives you. You have the opportunity to make a comeback in your spell. Meanwhile, Wahab is walking back after scoring just that solitary run in 12 deliveries, 219 for 8.
Shetty. He has picked a 4. Can he do the 5? Almost. Almost.
Good ball.
I think by far this and the one that was bowled to Wahab, that was the most accurate of all.
That was so close to the pad. And had that hit the pad and not the bat, that would have been wicket number 9 for 7 districts. As a batter, you need to understand that it's not the action of the bowler. You need to read the bowler and not just his action. Now, what Aditya Shetty does is that out of the 6 deliveries, 5 are the wrong ones that he bowls. So you need to play him as an off-spinner.
That's a lot better. And I think it's very crucial for a batter to keep on focusing where the ball is. I mean, you just keep on following that wide ball wherever it is going. I mean, regardless whether he's into his bowling action, wherever he is, just keep on looking at that wide piece. That is going to be making your life a lot more easier.
Another googly. And read well this time by Sundaruan. End of the spell. Good spell from Aditya. I think he's made a very good comeback. 4 wickets and just the right attitude and approach in the game. A true champion, Aditya Shetty. 37 overs bowled, 219 for 8.
Nilansh, he's into his 8th. We'll have to see. You know, I think the way Shehzad has batted, he should continue to bat that way. And regardless of how less convincing his shots are, I mean, he should stick around. That's what the team would want at the moment. This one taking an outside edge and managing to get 2 runs. Well, he's been among the scorers in the past in the T20 format, but suddenly the entire approach from Shehzad has been different in the Bukhatir League. He's been very defensive and very, looks like as if someone who's fearing to play that format and just to survive, and not like a proper complete batter. I mean, wherein he is.
Yes, he's just not being his natural self, Shehzad. And when you do that, it sometimes works for your team and your side and yourself, but more often than not, it doesn't. He has to read the situation, I feel. They are just 8 wickets down, just 2 more wickets to go. Hanging around there is not going to help the cause. It's not as if he's come in the 7th or 8th over. He's got time on his hands. Play your natural shots. Try to push that score as much as you can and get to a decent total.
I mean, he's just blocking the gateway, I would say. Just trying to protect the stumps. And I think that has been the mission that has been given there. 38 overs gone, 221 for 8. Surya Satish, there is a change in the pace here, coming in from the Sharjah Cricket Academy and SCA end. That was a good effort from the captain, stopping at least 2 runs, if not more. 223 for 8, yeah. And last 11 balls to hit the third power play, where I think which will not make a massive difference here, Shoaib, because they are anyways. They have just 4 fielders out right now, and they would keep on attacking if at all they want to put curtains on this scoring here of 7 districts. And I think they'll be pretty much happy with the way things have gone here, the DCC boys.
Well, yes, they have done really well for themselves, especially that comeback in the last 20 odd overs has been phenomenal. Shehzad takes the quick single. He's happy to rotate strike at the moment. Sandarwan is the man who they'll have to be a little watchful about. He's got the ability to hit and clear the boundaries with a lot of ease.
So Lahiru, Sandarwan. We've seen him hit those biggies in the previous games. We'll have to wait and see. Will he control or will he go with his instincts? Short delivery in the air. Well, just slightly dropping short of Yug. That probably could have been that confidence booster. They've regained that confidence if you have taken that catch. It was a tough one though.
Well, when it rains, it pours. That is what it is for Yug. Not a great day with the ball in hand, and then this just didn't come close to him. Not easy, these catches at fine leg. You know, they're always dipping on you. You're not sure whether to go forward or wait. But you need to take those catches. And like I said, Yug, just an off day for him.
Well, one of the political statements that we've heard, when it rains, it pours. When it rains more, it pours more.
Yes, they take that single. Again, Shehzad just blocking it and just going for that run. No intent whatsoever.
Well, doesn't it take you back to the box cricket days back in the gullies of Mumbai?
Absolutely, cramp for space, and you just want to tap it just on your feet and then run for it. That is what Shehzad is doing. Would be a good player in Mumbai. Oh, that looks close. That looks close. Yes, will be given. Sandarwan missing the line of the ball completely. Good ball from Surya. Lot fuller, lot straighter as well. What is he waiting for? DRS review?
Well, that was plumb out, gone. You can't be standing there waiting for a hope. What a delivery. I think it pitched and slightly, there was a hint of inward movement from Surya. And that's a smart move coming in from Ammar Badami, getting Surya back in, and he gets the team back in the contest. 9 down here for 223. And now trying to switch gears, Shehzad. And a couple of runs here added to the tally. Nilanch into his 9th over. So he's managed to bring a balance in his bowling spell here. Nilanch, it was that expensive bowling at 5.5, almost 6 an over mark. And talking about that economy, it is fine on a batting track, but as far as Nilanch is concerned, that has been heaved down towards the cow's corner. One bounce and that will be a boundary. So a different version of Shehzad. It is Shehzad V 2.0.
Well, actually, this is the original version. What we were seeing before this was the beta version. Now he's come back to the original. That is what we know Shehzad for. He's been playing for quite some time. And this is his natural game. This is what Shehzad is all about. Playing those shots, playing fearless cricket. You know, sometimes getting lucky on occasions as well.
Well, if that's your alpha game, why don't you stick with that alpha? Your full version is a lot better than the beta one.
Again, played straight towards the long off fielder. And now they take two. That's good running between the wickets as well. So that final push coming in from Shehzad, he knows it's just a matter of time before he loses his partner. So he wants to try and get as many runs as possible. 232 on the board. They will be eyeing 250.
Well, he does not want to repeat the Moazzam Hayat incident that we saw in that game, where Karwan's cricket club kept on losing wickets and Moazzam Hayat was stranded at 96. And look at that, big hit! Fielder backpedaling and all he can do is just be a spectator. If you can hit shots so well, why don't you stick to your natural game? Shehzad has unleashed himself.
Yes, he is hitting those balls really nicely, but on the same note, Nilanch is not bowling the way he bowls normally. He's bowling a lot fuller, a lot slower. And he's been taken for runs. I think he's looking for the wicket. There he goes again, that slower delivery. This time it's gone fine towards the fine leg. Won't be a boundary, but they'll get two more.
Now it'll be interesting to see what Shehzad does on the last ball before the power play. Does he go for that glory or does he opt to take a single?
Well, from what we know, Shehzad, once he starts going, he doesn't have breaks in his cars. Unless he hits a dead end, he will continue to go the way he is. Now, this is the time where he can actually bowl a quicker delivery. Because he's got accustomed to the pace, a quicker might just surprise him. Goes for the flighted delivery. That'll be another 6. Nilanch Keswani has been taken to the cleaners and Shehzad has got some important runs on the board.
20 runs coming off it, and what a momentum switcher that is. 248 for 9. Shoaib, 2 short of 250. What do you say?
Well, I say good batting from Shehzad and not good bowling from Nilanch Keswani. End of the over, 242 for 9. 248 for 9. Just 2 more to go to reach that 250 mark.
Well, number 11, Shahid on strike. Now, Shehzad on the other end will just be pleading. Get a single somehow. Get me back on strike.
Yes, again, that psychological barrier of 250. That's what they would want to get. And DCC Starlets will want to restrict them below 250.
Well, I think the captain Heather would definitely, be bothered about how they ended the proceedings here. But what is more important is to give due consideration to the fact that he was anyways trying to in excess of 250, 250 plus anything in excess of 250 is a bonus. So he'll have to take that part and look at it from a positive angle and get into that defense. 249 for 9, one short of that 250 mark. And Shahzad is on strike. Well, decides to just play it around there, not trying to act funny, play any rash shot here. But his attacking mode is a lot pleasing to the eye than his defensive one.
Yes, yes, that's his strength. That's what he's been doing for at least 10 years. That's what how long I know him. I remember playing with him back in 2013 and 14. I'm sure he doesn't remember playing, but I do clearly. So he's been around, and that's what his game is. I think he lives in Fujairah, and he used to come all the way from Fujairah, drive to Quain to play matches on Friday mornings because that was the weekend at that time. And teams used to call him from Fujairah because of his big hitting. So that is his strength. He's never believed in blocking the ball, but this format demands that, and that is why he's just trying to adapt.
Well, just missing the length of the ball there. Ball not bouncing. He would have liked. Well, Shoaib, I had a question that I'd asked to Nishant as well. You've seen most of the teams playing out here. Which is that, the kit that has really attracted your eyes? The jersey.
11 Ace. I think their jerseys is what I was really impressed with.
Now, if you can keep your Indian emotions aside.
No, even if that is not the case, I still liked that color combination. I liked the kit for 11 Ace a lot. What about you?
Well, I loved, the way
Please don't say
SCA.
IGM. Okay.
No, the way SCA had, geared themselves up. That purple and black, and also TVS, the blue and red.
Okay. Yeah, SCA is a good kit as well. Just didn't hit the purple patch, so to say, for 249 for 9. 7 districts after 41 overs.
Sailesh Jaishankar. He is coming in from the Bukhatir end. Not got a wicket yet. And has been played down for a single. That brings Shahzad back on strike, and that brings up 250 for 7 districts. So Shoaib, predictions going wrong, and that's a rare phenomenon.
Yes, still not wrong yet. I said around 250.
Well, now you're playing with words, Shoaib. Who knows better to play with words than Shoaib?
No, yes, I think that one over from the Nilanj Keswani and that one over from Shahzad has definitely shifted the momentum in a way for 7 districts. And goes hard, over point. Another 4 from the bat of Shahzad. He moves on to 40 and he's looking dangerous.
Now, if he keeps batting this way, even 275 is easily gettable. He needs to be on strike. He needs to play maximum number of balls. And he is doing it pretty nicely here for the team. He just lacked support. The last man out there. One mistake and you'll be bundled.
Now they'll have to try and get Shahid on strike somehow, because Shehzad looks like in good touch, so you only can try and get Shahid on strike and get him out. Goes eye again over extra cover. That will just land before the ropes for 4 runs.
This is good positive cricket here from Shehzad. Stepping down and playing an aggressive shot yet again. So this is good cricket from Shehzad, and this is the Shehzad that we were looking forward to. That Shehzad with the aggressive approach, and that's what Shehzad, the name, brings you to the game of cricket. You talk about Mohammad Shehzad, you talk about Shehzad Ali, you talk about Shehzad that plays in Ajman, you talk about any Shehzad in the world, they are known for aggressive approach.
Yes, that's true. Nicely flicked. Now he's playing some good shots all around the ground, not just smacking the ball hard, but also timing them well. As a captain, it's important that you know the strength of your players and let them harness those energies and that talent.
Well, absolutely there, Shoaib. I think the way he has adapted to his approach, and that's what you would definitely want him to showcase. Full toss delivery and played it down towards short extra. One delivery to go in the 42nd. 7 districts, 261 for 9. Now it will be that one ball that Shahid needs to survive, and he's been decent enough to make connection with the ball.
Yes, he's playing like a Shehzad is playing as if he's playing with a proper number 11. Takes major part of the over, plays it, and then just before the last ball gives the single and will ask Shahid to defend that ball. And he does that. Very well done, Shahid. So the credit has to go to Shehzad, but don't forget Shahid, because those 4 deliveries that he has played have been of utmost importance. 42 overs, 261 for 9. So Surya Satish will continue. And I'll be joined in the com box by Nishant Majetia. Nishant, welcome. Good evening. Good innings from Shehzad.
Yes, he's batted brilliantly, Shehzad. I mean, if you ask a cricket purist, he might not be of the same opinion, but then at the end of the day, it's how effective you've been. Those 47 runs count. Has managed to take them past 260, which is pretty good. Comes down the track, looks to go for the big shot of the inside half, picks up a single.
This could be a blessing for DCC Starlets. This is their chance. Get all the fielders in. Try and put pressure on Shahid. Make him play a false shot. Get a wicket, because otherwise it looks like they will reach 270, 275, maybe 280, and you never know. Maybe 300 as well.
Right up there, Shahid keeps it out. Very well done. That's what he's got to do. Two of 5 is what he's batting on. Oh, outside edge found, but that didn't carry.
Yes, lucky escape for Shahzad. Good field placement. They've got the mid-on and mid-off fielder inside the 30-yard circle. They've got a deep square leg, a fine leg, a deep third, and a cover sweeper. 4 fielders out. Bowls one down the leg. Will be called a wide.
Good take by the wicketkeeper there. I have to give him credit for the way he has taken that one down the leg side. And banged in short this time. Shahid manages to duck underneath it. 43 bowled, 263 for 9.
Good yorker from Sailesh Jayashankar, apologies. Sailesh Jayashankar getting that yorker right. In the very first ball, Shahzad is on 49. Now, who would have thought Shahzad coming in so late to bat will score so many runs, and these are very important runs for 7 districts.
And Shahzad is still looking to be watchful here. Just get things right. Make sure that elongates this innings as much as possible. .49 or 45 for him.
takes that single and will get to his 50 in the process. This has been one of the most important knocks in this edition of Bukhatir League. What a time to come out and score those runs. Shehzad, the senior member of the side, has played a crucial knock for 7 districts. 50 for him of 46 deliveries.
Excellent innings indeed. Now that brings Shahid back on strike. A chance for Sailesh to try and wrap things up. Bowls it straight. Bat on ball. That is a dot ball. So Shehzad, what is going to be his approach from here on? Will he try and go for some runs? Oh, looks to run it down. Gets beaten. There is a dot ball. Again, just pushing it away. So just the 2 runs coming from that over. 44 bowled. It's 265 for 9. Four fours and 2 sixes in Shehzad's innings. 2 sixes were big blows. Threw the bat at everything. The brilliant run scoring there to get to a 50. Surya into his 9th. Shahid drives straight to the fielder. Dot ball.
That was the first aggressive attacking shot that we saw from Shahid. Otherwise, he's been more than happy to just block the ball. On that occasion, he wanted to play that and did well, but just found the fielder at short covers. Slower, fuller. Oh, that's poor fielding from Surya. He wanted to take that single. Shahid sent back by Shehzad. Not bad, because they don't want to run out here. All these runs, this partnership, well, look at that. 39 runs partnership between these 2 players. He wanted that run, but Shehzad said, no, let's just not take too many risks at the moment. They still got 5 more overs after this over. Edged and will go all the way for 4. Not from the middle of the bat, but Shahid gets his boundary as well. And more importantly, 4 more runs for 7 districts.
Yes, very nicely done. Just opening the face of the bat there. 269 for the loss of 9 wickets. Shahid 7 of 11. Again, there is an educated edge there. Will just be a single. Good running between the wickets.
270 on the board with that single. And the partnership is worth 44 runs. Excellent fight back from 7 districts. They might just get to 300 as well, Nishant. 5 more overs to go, 30 more runs needed. Even run a ball will get them to the 300 run mark. But the way Shahid is batting, he's already got 50. A few more big blows and they'll get to 300 in no time.
Runs away. They're going over 6 and over right now. Banged in short this time. Ducks underneath it. That is a dot ball. At no point in time in this innings has their run rate been less than 6 and over.
Yes, that's right. And that has the credit has to go to somebody like Shehzad, who scored 50 down the order at more than run a ball. Going down leg, will take a single and will keep strike. We'll have to wait for the umpire signal. Yes, he signaled that as a leg by. End of the over, 45 overs gone, 271 for 9. Nilansh been brought into the attack, and I think that was a little harsh on Nilansh after being hit for runs. He was taken off the attack. Now they've reintroduced him, and I think he's the one who can get them the wicket. Ronak Panoli, well, that shouldn't have been 2. There was a cover sweeper behind Ronak Panoli who could have easily collected that. Ronak Panoli went for it, stopped it, fell all over the ball, and that allowed them to go for the second run. Yes, now he's bowling a lot flatter, quicker. That is what he should have done in the previous over. And I think now he's setting him up with those quicker deliveries. You might just see one flighted in the air. Not yet.
That's 4 deliveries now. And for the first time, the run rate is less than 6. Very nicely done there by Shehzad. Picks up a single. Another run added to the tally. Shahid batting on 8 of 12. He's done well. And that's the one that's straight on the stumps. End of the over, 46 ball, 274 for 9. Single taken by Shahid. In fact, by Shehzad. Now he's getting a little bit of confidence there in Shahid. Right up there. Shahid does well to dig it out. So now 300 might not be possible. Short delivery, ducks underneath it. That is a dot ball.
Well, don't say it's not possible, Nishant. Because we never know. The way Shehzad scored those runs, 20 runs in an over. Another over similar to that, and they'll get to that 300. Slower delivery, smacked. And there comes another 6. But this time, it is not Shehzad, it is Shahid who joins the party.
Yes, now I think I should be taking my words back. That was a good strike from him. Very well done. Also at 281 now. 19 away, 20 deliveries to go. Brilliant strike, brilliant strike. So Surya, 67 runs conceded already tonight. He's picked up a couple of wickets. Last ball of the over coming up. Down the leg side, poor delivery.
They've just lost the steam, the momentum, the body language says that the shoulders are drooping. They just want this misery to get over. That's what it looks like. Shehzad and Shahid, partnership worth 56 runs. 47 overs bowled, 282 for 9.
Punya brought into the attack, strikes off the very first ball, looking to go downtown with a big shot there, and holding out to the fielder in the deep. Good way to finish the innings then. That's all over.
Yes, finally, they managed to take that 10th wicket, and the score on the board reads 282. 7 districts will be very happy with that score, and they will feel that they can defend that total against DCC Starlets. Let's quickly look at the scoreboard. 58 for Wajid. He started off and he was absolutely explosive right at the top of the order. 44 for Kashif, 51 for Zamir, and at that point in time, 7 districts were looking to cross 350 easily. But then came a strong comeback, some quick wickets in the middle. Haider, Rais, Farooq, Mohammad Haider, all falling cheaply. Shehzad coming out, he had different plans for 7 districts. He came out, started off slow, but then shifted gears and scored 54 runs of 57 balls in the end, getting out to Punya. Good, important contribution from Shahid as well, 14 of 18 deliveries.
Yes, as far as the bowling was concerned, it was a bit of a mixed bag, really. 4 for 57 for Aditya, the pick of the bowlers there. 2 wickets for Surya, but he went for 68. A wicket apiece for Nilansh, Angad, and of course Punya picking up that last wicket and doing pretty well as they are bowled out for 282. Well, the day started with some lovely shots played by the opening batter Wajid, and the way he was going on, it looked like as if he's going to really trouble the DCC Starlets a lot. He did trouble them indeed. I got a quick fire 58 of just 26 deliveries with 8 fours and 4 sixes, some lovely shots, and of course, when he got going, he just kept going on, got to his 50, and then eventually was dismissed by a good change of pace from Surya Satish. He was caught in the deep by Karan Dhiman. But that was not all, because then Zamir Abbasi came in, and he said that let me do the good work. He was dropped once, then he decided to go for it. Kept going on brilliantly there. Some lusty blows hit by him, 3 fours, 5 sixes for his 51 of 33 deliveries. Mohammad Kashif tried to get some runs as well. He was put down, got to 44. But it was really Zamir Abbasi was doing all the good work, but was finally caught by Nilansh Keswani in the deep for 51, and immediately after that Haider Ali was out stumped, and then of course Mohammad Kashif was out leg before. There was a bit of a slump there. Rais Ahmed and Mohammad Farooq got involved in a little bit of a partnership, and then Rais Ahmed was dismissed like that, and Nilansh picked up his first wicket. The captain Haider came in and was unfortunately run out in that fashion. And some lovely shots played, but Lairu Sandrivan was out leg before. Wahab Hassan tried to go after Aditya Shetty, hold out to the deep. Big leg before appeal upheld as Lairu Sandrivan got out. But then Shezu got together and just went for the big shots. Kept hammering away. Got a little cheeky, hit the big shots. And after getting to a 54 of 58, he finally holed out to Amar Badami. 282 is what the 7 districts finished with. Target for DCC Starlets 283 in the 50 overs required of 5.66. Not going to be easy. We'll take a short break and we'll come back with the run chase. Welcome back after the break. We are here for the last half of the plate final of the SkyExchange.net 47th Bukhatir League 2022. Coming to you live from the historic Sharjah Cricket Stadium. The match is between 7 districts and DCC Starlets. 7 districts won the toss, elected to bat, riding on 50s from Wajid, Zamir and Shahzad. They managed to reach 282 despite losing wickets at regular intervals. They just about managed to maintain that run rate. As far as the bowling was concerned, of course, 4 wickets for Aditya. He was largely responsible for providing the breakthroughs at the right time. 2 for Surya, wicket apiece for Angad, Nilansh and Punya. Plenty of runs conceded by the bowlers there. So DCC Starlets at this point in time, they have to get 283 in their 50 overs, required rate of 5.66 per over. It's not going to be easy. They'll have to work hard to chase this down. And a great opportunity for the 7 districts to really come together and put some pressure. Ronak Panoli, 60 runs in his 4 games, a strike rate of 107. He will be taking first strike here. And alongside me in the comm box is going to be Shoaib, as we see Rais being given the ball to start with. Leg spinner for DCC Starlets picked up 4 wickets. Rais Ahmed himself bowls a bit of leg spin, so he's been asked to bowl. Economy rate very good, 3.73. 3 matches, just the 1 wicket for him. Interesting move this.
Thank you, Nishant. Good evening and welcome everyone. Yes, a very bold and interesting move, as you mentioned. Spin straight up. Here we go, ball number 1. Immediately he's off the mark with that single. Played on the back foot. For DCC Starlets to win this game, their first objective would be to get off to a good start in the first 10 overs, get around those 80 runs without losing a lot of wickets. Use the power play to their advantage. Rocks on the back foot but plays it straight to the fielder at mid-off. Shahzad will stop that shot, and Ronak and Shrey, they will have to bat sensibly and aggressively at the same time.
Big appeal, umpire not interested. That's interesting. Was their bat involved?
Looks like. Yes, bat and pad. Very good observation there. Kashif, the umpire, does well.
Looks to cut. Misses. That is going to be a dot ball from Rais. Couple of deliveries remaining in this over. Nicely bowled. Gets forward and defends it. That is a dot ball again. Final delivery of the first over from Rais. Nicely bowled again, a bit of an inside edge. Good start for 7 districts here. 1 over bowled, 1 without loss. Very strange. Shahid starts off with a slowish delivery there. Five matches for him. And he looks to go for a big shot.
Swing and a miss for Ronak Panoli. Wanted to play it straight down the ground. Both the fielders inside the circle, so not a bad idea. But that movement in the air has done the trick. Shahid getting some early movement with the new ball.
It's a little bit of movement indeed for him in the air and off the deck. Nicely bowled, gets right behind there, defends it. Ronak is the one who's got the first run for DCC. The kind of start that they're looking for is not quite the way they've started off right now. That's off the outside half. That is flying away, but will be cut off by the fielder at third man. They'll pick up a single. Ronak gets another one. He moves on to 2.
A slow start, slow approach. And oh, we've got a special guest. Daniel, that's the kid, and Asim, our co-commentator, enjoying the game of cricket.
And Shrey departs for a knot. A wicket comes in at the perfect time for 7 districts. They wanted early wickets and they've got one. Well taken because that ball was travelling.
Good catch, very good catch from Farooq Moman. He's a good fielder, we all know that, but that was flying and came at him pretty quickly. Good catch to take that wicket. Shrey is out for a duck. 2 for 1 is the score.
So Nilansh Keswani gets a promotion, comes into bat at number 3, and this is a good move. And straight away, he picks up a couple to get off the mark. 2 overs bowled, 4 for 1. So Rais bowling to Ronak here. And this is a very interesting position from where Ronak is batting. He's literally batting, exposing all his stumps. So he's looking to go inside out with the turn. Look at where he's batting.
Making room for himself and playing it straight down, but that is a good effort in the field from Shehzad, and you can see appreciation from his team members. That has certainly saved 4 runs for his side, Shehzad.
Goes back and punches it. So what Rais is doing here is he's bowling stump to stump. He knows there is not much turn on offer for him. He's again someone who doesn't turn the ball a lot. At the same time, he's just keeping it tight. Oh, that's put down, is it? From the look of it, it was a return opportunity.
Well, from what I look at it, I think he saved 4 runs here, because that was hit really hard. Sometimes they stick, sometimes they don't, but I'm sure he must have hurt him, because Ronak, when he hits, those come like rockets. It was brave of him to even try to hold that.
Sometimes it just comes and settles nicely in your cup. Thankfully for him, it's not his bowling hand. Still does hurt, doesn't it? And he'll receive some medical attention and hopefully be all right soon. Ronak decides to take the attack to Rais, goes over the top of mid-off and finds a boundary. First boundary of the innings for DCC.
That was pitched slightly up, and Ronak quickly utilizing that opportunity to his advantage. 3 overs, 8 for 1.
Shahid into his second. And that's a good shot from Ronak there. Straight to the fielder. That is a dot ball.
Nilanj Keswani, he'll have a big role to play. I think it's Ronak Panoli who's on strike and not Nilanj Keswani. Good delivery, very good delivery. Shahid is bowling well. He started off well and he's continuing to trouble Ronak Panoli with those outswingers.
Yes, I don't think he'll mind him playing those shots. Full delivery. Pushed back towards the bowler. He gets a hand to it. And that'll be a dot ball. Shot pulled away. Excellent shot. There was a fielder there. He was millimeters away from the ball, but he had no chance to stop that one.
That was hit hard, and like we said, when Ronak hits, they just come off the bat and it just flies off the bat. Ronak moves on to 10, DCC 13 for 1.
Tucked away, but won't get a single there. So that'll be the end of the over. 4 bowled, 13 for 1. Rais into his third, starts off with a wide. Nilansh Keswani doing well to let it go outside the off stump. Oh, that's off the outside half. Picked up. That'll be a single. Nilansh moves on to 4 with that. Ronak batting on 10.
Yes, Rais has bowled so well. He's bowled an economic spell, 2.1 overs, just 7 runs. Dribbled straight down the ground. Ronak Panoli will only get a single. There's a long on in place, but that was a good shot.
Yes, very good looking shot there from him, but unfortunately for him just a single coming through. Nicely bowled, and Nilansh just taps it back to the bowler. Comes down the track, drives it along the ground for a single. And Nilansh is someone who would definitely want to be very tidy. Ronak has 2 more deliveries to go. In fact, Rais, beg your pardon, Ronak will get to face those deliveries. Off the back foot. Pushed away towards the onside there. Looks to go for the slog sweep this time.
Well, he's trying to take the aggressive route time and time again, but hasn't been able to connect a dot ball to end the over. 5 overs bowled, 17 for 1.
Shahid starts a fresh over and invites Nilansh to go for the drive. Almost getting him out. Almost getting that edge there. Very lucky that there was no bat involved on that one. Full delivery this time. Soft hands from Nilansh, looking for a quick single. And he gets there. This is what Nilansh is good at. This is what he will keep doing, at least try to keep doing.
Yes, one of these has to actually try and take the attack now. Use the power play overs because they cannot just let the run rate creep up. It's almost 6 and over from now on. 5.9, that's the required run rate. Full delivery, played in the gap. There is no cover sweeper, but hasn't been timed too well. We'll get 2 more runs.
Run rate at this point in time, less than 4 runs and over, 3.4 precisely. Back of a length, pushed away. Back to the bowler there. In fact, back to the fielder at mid-off.
They just haven't taken off DCC, have they? They've been trying, but the kind of start that they would have ideally wanted is not there. And a lot of that credit has to go to 7 districts bowlers. Shahid bowling really well. That is going down leg. Big appeal, but yes, the umpire Imran Munir says it was always going to miss the stumps.
Flies off the outside edge there, but straight to the fielder. There'll just be a single.
Well, Ronak Panoli launches and launches well. That has gone towards the mid-wicket for a 6. Yes, that is what they were looking for. And finally, Ronak Panoli getting that right from the meat of the bat. Half a dozen.
He has a good strike there, no two ways about it. That was firmly hit by Ronak. And Rais, the first time being attacked here. Of course, Ronak did hit a boundary in one of the previous overs. And he goes for it again. This time over the offside. 1 bounce into the fence for 4, it seems.
Yeah, that looks like a 4. But back-to-back sixes and fours coming in this over from Rais. Slightly fuller. And has been played with some effect. Ronak Panoli, it's needed for DCC Starlets. They want to make sure that they get those runs needed. Down the leg side, pressure straight away on Rais now after that 6 and a 4. He sprays one down the leg side. Quicker in the air as well. Wanted to cramp him for room. Where does he bowl now? What does he do? Again down the leg side. Rais on the back foot now. Because Ronak Panoli has just started to tee off. That's a good collect. Mohammad Kashif, the keeper. It's interesting to see, Nishant, where Ronak Panoli is standing. He's almost standing on the 5th stump. Outside leg. Trying to make room and play it over the offside.
Not this time though, he hasn't timed it. And the fielder in the deep takes it. Ronak Panoli, I was just about to say he's doing the right thing by going over the offside. And he plays one towards long gone and holds out. That is the end. He departs for 24 of 27. Will be disappointed for sure. And second wicket down for DCC Starlets. So the skipper, Amar Badami, walks into the middle now. In the 7th over, they're 33 for 2. Got a good half century in one of the first games that he played. I think the second one. Rais bowls a tidy delivery there. No, I think it was the first game where he got an 80 odd and then got out for a duck and a single digit score. Oh, he's cleaned him up. This is his 3rd duck of the tournament and probably 3rd one on the trot as well.
Well, what was he thinking? What was he doing? That was never a shot. Amar Badami should have played it on the front foot. Yes, he's disappointed. Back-to-back ducks for Amar Badami, the skipper. 7 overs, 33 for 2.
So Punya is the new man in. He comes into the middle at a critical time for DCC Starlets, a 33 for 3, 2 back-to-back wickets. Nilansh will be on strike as Wajid is being introduced into the attack. Wajid, of course, played that cracker of a knock at the top. Some lovely shots played by him. He set the tempo for 7 districts. That's pushed away. Shortish delivery, laid away towards the fielder at gully. Just trying to ensure that they don't get the runs there. Don't give those easy singles to them. Make them work hard for every run that is there to be scored. And of course, it's time for me to welcome back Asim in the comm box. Push back to the bowler, dot ball.
Thank you, Nishant. And I think one of the reasons why I'd say he was pretty confident at the toss there, Heather, the 250 would be enough, is the fact that he trusts his bowling so much. And they've been really effective in the bowling department. They've really disturbed the entire flow which the batters have batted throughout. Did not let them have that comfortable passage of play. Kept picking up wickets at regular intervals. But this is the man that they'll have to actually get rid of, Nilansh Keswani, because he's been brilliant.
And he's someone who will definitely hang around there. He's not someone who's going to throw his wicket away. He puts a price tag to his wicket. Pushed away there by Nilansh for a single. That'll be the end of the over then. 8 overs bowled, 34 for the loss of 3 wickets. Or is it? It isn't. There's still a delivery to go, beg your pardon. Punyamera, 173 runs for him. Got a fine 50. Very nicely defended. Now 8 overs bowled, it's 34 for 3. Back of a length from Raiz this time. Nilansh just pushes it towards long on for a single. .35 for the loss of 3 wickets in the 9th over. Easily done by Punya. Punya is someone who's really good at what he does. Picks up a single, gets off strike.
It's very important that this partnership builds here for DCC. They're struggling at the moment. They've been pushed and pushed very hard on the back foot. 3 wickets, and those have been at a very short interval. The frequency has been pretty high on those wickets. This is that backbone of team DCC Starlets, which they will have to disturb or, you know, give those shocks to in the form of picking up wickets from the other end. Nilansh Keswani. Getting a thick outside edge, a ball not carrying to the slip fielder, slightly wide of him, and they'll manage to pick up 2.
So Nilansh is on 10. Played away towards the onside, straight to the fielder. That is the end of the over.
So Wajid continuing slightly slower in the air, and Punya nicely adjusting. Good effort in the field by Wahab. Well, that direct hit would have been really close. I think Nilansh was struggling a bit. And that's a wayward delivery there outside the off stump, and it's going to be an extra run added to the tally. Wide outside the off stump, and a gift here for DCC Starlets. They'll have to be really tight in terms of the line that they're bowling, because this is a stage that they would want to keep the singles at least, if not the boundaries, ticking the scoreboard. Off the back foot, played it straight to Heather, who misses, and Shahzad, the vice captain, covers it up pretty nicely.
Wajid into his second. Full delivery this time, driven straight to the fielder at mid-off. Lovely shot. Pitched up, flicked away, nicely done. But there is a fielder in the deep, so it'll just be a single. It's almost half of what 7 districts got in the first 10 overs. Just a little more than half. And lost extra wickets as well. Definitely not the kind of start DCC wanted.
Well, absolutely. They've been spot on with the way they started off the second innings here.
So now what can the approach of DCC be, Nilansh and Punya? Do they look to keep the run chase alive? Do they look to bat as long as they can and take the game as deep as they can?
Well, taking the game deep with a required run rate climbing and jumping to 8.5 will not make sense. They would have to target these bad balls and make most out of it, get runs. Because scoreboard needs to be taking, yes, they've lost 3, but they've lost 3 of their own mistake. They will have to compensate. And this is why they say, you know, don't lose your wickets. Because when you keep losing wickets, that adds another added extra pressure to the batters to follow. 10 overs gone, 40 for 3.
Flattish delivery this time. Backs away and bats it back. Rise into his 6th over on the trot. Brilliant delivery, appeal, finger goes up. Well, Punya is disappointed, but I think that was pretty straightforward if you ask me. Yes, pitches in line and going straight through. Very tough to give that not out.
Well, it's crashing onto the leg stump, completely missing the wrong one. And there he goes, he strikes. Timely breakthrough coming through here for team 7 districts, and they've been really consistent in picking up wickets. Punya Mehra, I think his big knock would have been the least that they would have expected here. His wicket, I think the most priciest wicket of all.
So Karan Dhiman is the new man in. And look at the field set there. Couple of slips, silly point. More like a short cover. There's a lovely cut shot. And Dhiman is off the mark with the boundary.
Well, interesting, but not so impressed with the field setup there. You should have your backward point. You could probably take someone out from that leg. You know, the man behind the square. Maybe that square leg, very, very, very over-ambitious sort of an effort, you know, field placement there. Or, if you do not want that point fielder, you probably take him a lot squarer there. The cover sweeper fielder should more be on the, you know, at the deep point region.
And I don't think with the kind of field set and the kind of bowling that he's going to line that he's going to maintain, I don't think there's a need of a short mid, to be very honest. And pick up a single there to long on.
I think he's backing his wrong ones there in case if the batsman just tries to chip it. That's why he's just keeping him bluffed and kept him guessing there. It's going to be... I mean, these are those tricky moments and, you know, you'll have to actually take those risks. But if you're over-ambitious, you need to make sure that the field and in your orthodox position, they need to be adjusted accordingly.
Yes, now for Nilansh, of course, nothing like that. They've just got a slip in place. The very orthodox point. Shot third. Slip in place. And he pushes it into the offside for a single. Now Dhiman is back on strike, so... His name reminds me of the cricketer from India, Gaurav Dhiman. Opened the batting with Shikhar Dhawan in that Under-19 World Cup that Shikhar played. Lovely shot again from him. Again, that back cut coming in very handy.
I think the timing was absolutely brilliant there. Look at that. Playing the late cut, but if you want to play that late cut, you need to ensure that your timing is perfect. It all depends on where you need to execute that shot. He did that perfectly on that occasion. 45 for 4 after 11 overs. Twelfth over in progress here, Wajid. 50 for 4. Looks like things are not in favor of DCC. This man can stand tall. And love that batter's attitude. Look at that, he doesn't care.
He's like, you want to throw the ball, throw it.
And he had his bat right in front of the stumps. So if you want to throw it, let me check the middle of my bat as well. Clear cut. I think I love his overall attitude towards the game.
Yes, 50 for the loss of 4 wickets. Yes, Nilansh is absolutely brilliant. Back of a length this time. Fended off. And Wajid is just trying to exchange a few words there. He's hardly given away anything, Wajid. Just the 3 runs so far in his 3rd over. Conceded nothing in this over. Nicely done. And he gets a foot there. The captain can't stop the single though. The 3 balls faced by Dhiman so far. 4-1-4. Oh, that one dipped. Appeal, and the finger is going up. Wajid strikes.
What a delivery there. He had no clue what is happening. What a beautiful delivery. And I think you can't execute it better than that. It was on the stumps. The batsman was actually forced to be square. He was, and that's it. Looking promising with those 2 shots, but then not getting down there on time. Karan Dhiman making his way back. 9 of 4 deliveries. DCC half the side back in the pavilion. 51 for 5. So, man, 2 men out there who made the difference in the previous game in the semi-finals against Pacific Group. Both are out there in the center, but wouldn't have expected both of them to be out there so early. With half the side back in the pavilion, it's Surya Nilansh. Can we have that show again? Man of the match of the previous match, as declared by the committee, was Nilansh. He dedicated his award to Surya. So both of them who made a difference in the previous game are out there.
Great camaraderie there. Haider Ali is into the attack now. He's picked up a couple of wickets. Bowling to Nilansh. Very good start.
It's quicker through the air there, Haider Ali. And I think that's one of the reasons why he has been impactful, but not impactful in sense of picking up wickets. He's been containing runs, but not so effective in terms of picking up wickets.
Now, that's gone for 4 all right, but I'm not sure it's the right approach from Nilansh here. Coming down the track, see, he didn't even time that one well enough.
So I think he chose the area that was least risky. (16 of 27 for Nilansh. Again, played it back straight to the bowler. What's going to be interesting here is what is going to be their approach, because they need to score at 6 and over. They've lost 5 wickets. Situation is completely not favorable for DCC right now. Stepping down again and placing it towards the long on for a single.
Because it's that situation where you know that nothing is going right for you. And it's a very desperate situation to be in. And I've always wondered, what do teams tell themselves when they are in such impossible situations?
Well, I think it purely depends on what game you're playing. If it's a knockout game, then definitely you'll have to play for the win. You'd have to take those calculated risks. However, when you're talking about a league stage, you probably might have that extra cushion if you have victories. I mean, it missed everything. It missed everything but the boundary. It missed the bat. It missed the stumps. It missed the wicket keeper as well, and then failed to miss the boundary. Look at that. Beautiful delivery.
How did that miss the stumps?
And I think that's one of the reasons why the keeper did not follow the ball, anticipating that ball is going to hit the stumps, that extra bounce because of the action of the bowler, Haider Ali.
Oh, they look very happy.
Farman not getting a game there today. Was a regular wicket keeper for them. And Kashif, who has been given the responsibility, showing some signs with the bat. Appeal, but it's just a question whether it was bat first or pad first.
I think down the leg side as well for me. If you look at it. 2 stumps visible.
And I think it was an inside edge as well, so before the impact, it was an inside edge to the pads. 60 for 5 after 13 overs. Well, that's definitely not a pleasing sight here for the fielder. He slipped, he tripped, and that definitely would have hurt his back. Wahab. Well, that's not a good sign. That's definitely not a good sign. He is in pain, but good sight that he's back on his feet. Well, at times the way you slide towards the ball is so important. At times, it's even more dangerous when you have the ball underneath you and you roll on the ball. Well, that's super painful, and we have seen Asif Hayat missing a game because of that.
That is horrible. That is horrible to be landing on the ball. It is absolutely horrible. And also these ropes, the boundary ropes, can be very painful indeed.
Absolutely. And in international cricket, we've seen why they use these cushions these days, these advertising cushions. 2 advantages. One, for the sponsors, the visibility is a lot higher. Secondly, more importantly, for the fielders, wherein the acrobatic efforts come in on the boundary ropes. We see a lot of relay effects, a lot of dives coming through. I think that's a safety for the fielders also.
And I also think there's a third bit of an advantage as well. It's about those close calls for 6 when the ball hits.
Spot on. Absolutely spot on.
It's a little easier to decide whether the ball hit the ropes first or the ground because of the triangular shape, the Toblerone shapes there.
You call it Toblerone, you call it pyramid, you call it anything. Those cushions actually make a difference. And we used to see them here in Sharjah Stadium, post the whenever there was IPL going on, whenever there was PSL going on. We used to see them a lot, they've been left here.
A lovely shot that from Surya. He's timed it well, but there are 2 fielders converging to stop the ball. The slide will do the trick. Couple of runs added.
Nicely done there by Wahab, covering up a lot of ground. Now he was pretty much alert there. That's a that's like watching the ball right till the end. Basics of cricket applied really nicely. Well done, Surya. 14 overs up. DCC 65 for 5. Heather will be bowling to Nilanj Keswani, steps down and plays it down the ground for a single. And joining me in the comm box to talk about his favorite player, it will be Shoaib Ahmed. Welcome, Shoaib.
Thank you, Asim. Good evening. What a turnaround this has been from 7 districts. They started off well, then they lost momentum, then Shehzad came in and gave them the impetus that they needed, and now in the second innings, 5 wickets already for Dubai Starlets. Surya Satish and Nilanj Keswani, both are the most experienced players in that lineup for DCC. And they are just in their early 20s.
Down the leg side will be a dot ball. They've been spot on here with their approach.
Nicely played towards the mid-on. They've taken the single. They're looking for 2, should get them comfortably. Shehzad just overrunning, missing the ball, failed to collect it in the first attempt. 68 for 5. Long way to go. 283 is what the target is needed. 4.5 is the rate achieved. 6.1 is the current run rate that is required from here on. 6.1. End of the over. 15 overs bowled. 68 for 5.
Wide to start here. Nilanj Keswani batting on 19 of 32. how well did he do that in the previous match, but the total is different. The approach has to be different. Exactly 100 runs in excess of what they chased down in the semi-final stage. It was at 189 odd runs. And it's exactly 100 runs in excess of what they scored in the previous match.
Well, what he needs the most right now, Nilanj, is a partner. He wants somebody to stay there with him. Surya Satish can do that, but that is his first priority.
Well, would have really loved to see Ronak Panoli bat through and score a big, you know, if not 100, at least a 70, 80 odd runs in this important game. He has the potential. He has those big shots. He can play them at his will, but was way too ambitious with his approach.
Yes, like you rightly mentioned, he's got the big shots. He just needs to know when to play them and when not to play them. That is the difference between somebody who's a good player and somebody who's a great player. The consistency comes with knowing when you have to attack and when you don't need to. Meanwhile, nicely played. That's going to go for 4 runs. Surya Satish has played a beautiful shot there. In complete control, played it behind point, 4 runs.
Well, both these partnered in the under-19 team as well for UAE, Nilanj and Surya Satish. They will have that sort of a understanding between themselves. But they will have an uphill task here. Nicely played down towards the short mid. And fumble will result in a single.
Yes, both these have built a partnership after a long time. It's 24 runs between these two batters. They just need to score 200 more runs in that partnership.
So watchful, so watchful there. Nilanj bowled that slower one and made sure that it does not be that effective as he's been against the right-handers. Ball slightly moving away as well.
Just a little overcautious, I felt. I think that was a full toss that could have been played towards the covers. But you can't blame Nilanj Keswani for that. He's been losing partners from the other end, and it's only fair that he tries to be as cautious as possible. End of the 16th over, 76 for 5. Nicely played. Starts off well, Heather.
Well, if you look at the equation here, 206 to get of 33.5, not that it's not achievable, but they'll have to bat really well without losing wickets, with half the side down. I mean, he's just asking for too much, Shoaib.
Well, the score definitely is not bad. The wickets column is where the problem lies for Dubai Starlets.
Well, you always said the problem lies with you, Shoaib. Problem lies with you. The column that belongs to you is the main issues for the team.
Yes, so that is a concern because see the run rate, that current run rate is 4.8. Required is still around 6, which is not difficult on this wicket. But the condition, the prerequisite is that you need to stay there on the wicket to score runs. And that has not happened.
Well, and I think, chasing is a different skill set. Not everyone is comfortable doing that. And for one reason is that you need to have your mind free in terms of what you need to be doing. Now, if at all the team is in such a situation when they're batting first, they probably be realistic in terms of where they want to go ahead and have an approach accordingly. But it's exactly the opposite. The pressure keeps on building. It's not everyone's cup of tea. And even if you talk about international cricket, chasing has not been that easy, even in international cricket. You need chase masters. And modern day cricket, you've seen that sort of an adaptability coming through in the recent forms. Nicely played. Heather, who's into his third over, bowled decently. Just a bit too quick in the air. That has been his consistent problem. He needs to work on it, especially when you're playing a longer format cricket. You just need to give it more air and try to turn the ball. I mean, we haven't seen Zamir yet coming into bowl. That's pretty surprising.
No Farooq Momand as well. Haven't seen him bowl. Would have ideally liked him to come into the attack.
No Farooq Momand, no Zamir, no Wahab. 17 overs gone now. 78 for 5. And looks like the ball was drifting down the leg. And I think I'm pretty much impressed with the way Imran Munir has, been there on the field, pretty strong, pretty confident with his decisions. And I think that is backed by the fact that he has played a lot of competitive cricket, knows the rules pretty well, and then comes out and executes it, as well. I mean, looks at it from a player's point of view as well. So that gives him that extra edge of being a lot more closer to the good decisions.
Wanted to flick it towards the fine leg. Yes, I mean, I've not seen him play, but he's officiated a few matches where I was playing, and he's very professional with his approach. Like you mentioned, that he's played a lot of cricket, so that shows in his approach to the game while he's umpiring as well. And as of now, he's not had a bad day. So when, again, just quoting the great Simon Toffel, one of the best in the business. Oh, flicked nicely off the pads. And that'll go all the way for 4. Well, what a great shot that is from Surya.
Well, pure execution there, chose his area. And when you're flicking the ball, it's not just a connection between the bat and the ball, it's where you are connecting the bat with the ball to give that direction. And that was perfectly executed there by Surya Satish. Moves to 17 of 19, 200 more to get.
Played for a single towards mid-on. So coming back to that conversation we were having about the umpires, Simon Toffel said that he used to go back and watch the game that he was officiating, and he would count the appeals in the game that he's had, and if he had let's say 10 appeals, out of that, if he got all of them correct, he would have felt that he's done an excellent job. So that is how they monitor your success. It's not an easy job. It's a very tough job for the umpire to be focused 100 overs in a game. And I feel one-day cricket is even more tougher compared to test cricket, because then in test matches you've got those breaks, you've got sessions, you've got lunch break, tea break. But in a one-day game, it's 100 overs and it's more or less just on the trot.
Yeah, you just have that break, you know, the dinner break or the break that comes through. If it's a day game, that lunch. And that's it. You are on the trot for the 50 overs.
Yes, and also the umpires have a lot to work around in a one-day game. They need to make sure the power play restrictions are there. They need to have eyes on other factors, which makes life even more difficult. 18 overs, 84 for 5.
And your request has been granted, my friend. Farooq Moman comes into the attack.
Yes, he's been brought into the attack in the 18th over, 19th over in fact. Milanj Keswani, he's looking good on 21. He's the only batter who's looked comfortable out there in the middle, and that's because he's so focused, he's not hassled, and there's no unnecessary aggression in his batting.
Well, absolutely. And I think that's one of you know, the most obvious choices that would make through the commentators 11 that we would definitely be posting tomorrow before the main finals, the cup finals of Bukhatir League, and that will be in conjunction with, what opinions we have internally.
Well, just to put it out, it's in no way saying that these are the best 11 players and not taking any credit from the others who do miss out in that playing 11. It's just that we feel these players have had the most impact in the tournament, and that list will hopefully come out tomorrow, and hope that you also are in agreement with that playing 11.
Well, absolutely, and that would be in the interest of keeping the entire conditions and the way they have been performing throughout the tournament and what best suits the combination. It's purely going to be on that basis, and that will be rolled out tomorrow before the game begins, or probably during the game as well. We'll keep on showing you guys what sort of alignment the commentators have within themselves.
Well, trust me, there's going to be a big discussion off air on the 11, and I'm sure we're going to have some punches thrown at each other. But we'll try to bring out that 11 tomorrow. Looking forward to it. The big final, Asim. Culmination of so much of hard work. Nicely played on the back foot. They should get 2. And what I like about this final is that we've got 2 teams, Kolata and Karwan, who've, I think, have not been in a final before.
Well, they've never played the Bukhatir final. In fact, Kolata, it's their first Bukhatir league ever, and they've qualified for the finals. And I think that itself would be a record of being qualified into the finals in the maiden edition. And that's definitely, they'll be looking forward to it. 19 overs gone, 87 for 5.
Lahiru Sandaruan. Nicely played on the front foot, Surya Satish.
The only guy from Sri Lanka. And nicely cut in the gap. Ball's racing away towards the boundary. No chance for Rais or Zamir, in fact. That's a good looking shot. Tall, complete control of the shot there. Surya Satish going on to the back foot and placing it to perfection.
Well, this is the second time he's played that shot, and it's even better than what he played the first time. So that shows that he's very strong in and around that point region. So as a bowler, I would avoid bowling to him that line and length and try and keep it on the stumps.
Well, even if you're keeping it there, it's fine, but you need to adjust your field accordingly. And now we see that the third is now slightly wider.
Yes, it's like 2 fielders almost standing behind in a line. There's a backward point and there's a deep backward third. And this time he bowls it down the leg. He thinks that there's some bat onto it, Lahiru Sandaruan, but the umpire thinks otherwise. Has been signalled as a wide.
Well, how often we have seen bowlers try to appeal, when they bowl a wide just to get away from it. I think you would have appealed louder than we would have imagined if that was collected cleanly. Nicely played, straight to the short extra cover fielder. Nilanj batting on 22 of 44 deliveries. Now, Shoaib, I feel that if at all they would want to be optimistic about chasing this down, they would have to show, intentions towards that. They'll have to start executing from now.
Yeah, I agree with you. The problem is they don't have that luxury of executing or showing some intent now, because 5 wickets are already down. They would want to take it till the end. Now that means even if there is 10 runs needed in the last 2-3 overs, that's how deep they would want to take that game without losing wicket.
Now that's being optimistic. Last 2-3 overs. Wow. And 10 runs. So what you're talking about, Shoaib, is in the next 27 overs, they get to 160. In the next 10 overs, next 27 overs, they hit about 160 runs. That's what you're talking about. Last 3 overs, 30 to get, 35 to get.
Yes, that's right. But the key is here not to lose wickets. Now that is a challenge. Without losing wickets, you need to get to that partnership. They've started off well, 42 runs.
Now, 42 runs, yes, definitely. However, in order to get that 27 overs, 160, you still need to be scoring at 6 an over. That's where these dot balls, when they're coming in play, you need to make sure that every 2 overs you hit a boundary. That is coming in from the other end. Surya Satish is doing it. However, these dot balls from one end needs to be, the frequency of that needs to lower down.
Yes, and I think that will happen once they settle in, once they spend some more time out there in the middle. That's when they might just be able to score runs more freely. End of the over, 20 overs have been bowled, 93 for 5.
Quick single being taken there, and Farooq. It'll be interesting to see what plans he has against Nilanj Keswani here. This partnership is settling, this partnership is building, worth 43 now. It's going to be more interesting to see is when does Nilanj Keswani try to cover up that strike rate of his, batting under 50 right now. But you really can't blame him completely. The team has pushed him into that situation when he has to save his wicket as well as score runs.
Yes, you're spot on. He has all the time in the world. It's a final. They would want to fight and try and take the game deep. So again, 5 overs 50, no problem. 6 overs 60, no problem. That's where they should aim at, but you need to be there to finish things off as well.
Well, it's a double-edged sword situation for Nilanj Keswani, and he is just trying to put his feet on that edge, which is less sharp.
Yes, that's true. And I think this is the right way to go about it when you're losing partners from the other end. He came in at number 3, and since then he's been out there.
Well, you've heard a lot about Nilanj Keswani scoring hundreds as well in the age group cricket. But the more you get into the competitive cricket, the more is expected out of you. And that's what matures you as a cricketer, as a budding talent. And I think one of the incentives that Nilanj has is the fact that he's been playing all his cricket here in UAE. I think these are those deliveries which he'll have to pick and play those sweep shots, less risky, ball pitching outside leg stump. You'll have to have that mark on the game right now increase the frequency of picking up those singles. And if not, at least get Surya Satish back on strike. And walked around towards the square leg now for a single. And Nilansh will keep strike. 21 overs gone, 95 for 5.
Mohammad Zamir being introduced into the attack. 4 matches, 7 wickets for him. Mohammad Zamir, 90 dot balls, that's good. And an economy of 4 in an over. So well spread out field. Left arm. Starts off with the ball, just pitching on the off and coming in for the left-handed Nilansh. Using his feet, but playing it straight back to the bowler, and that's a no ball. Zamir, I think, has overstepped. That is a rare sight, but yes, he has, and that will mean that it's going to be a free hit for Nilansh Keswani. Now, where does he go? What does he do? Can't change the field. Yes, that's a big no. Making sure that the field is right. They can't be changing it. So here we go, free hit for Nilansh. And that's good observation from Imran Morir. The captain, Mohammad Haider, was trying to go on and stand on the 30-yard circle, but he's been called back inside. Oh, that is a kind of a letdown from Nilansh. Was not able to capitalize on that free hit. Will only get a single and an escape for Zamir. Just the right time again to introduce a change in the combo box. It is Nishant Majetia joining me. Nishant, welcome.
Thank you very much, Shoaib. These two have put together 46 runs now. They're doing pretty well. Not in terms of the run rate, though. Easy single again. That's what they're trying to do. Pick up those ones. Keep turning the strike over. 24 of 56 for Nilansh. 26 of 28. Surya has batted a decent clip. Pushed away, wanted a single, sent back. Rightly so. He decides not to bowl. Tucked away. This time he'll pick up the single. Good running between the wickets. 22 overs bowled, 99 for 5. Off the back foot this time, nicely punched away through the offside. And that will be the 100 up for DCC Starlets.
Hundred up for DCC Starlets, and that has come in 23rd over. Not bad, not that great as well, but what can you expect when they've lost 5 wickets in just the 10-12 overs of the play? That's taken the edge. So yes, they're trying to rebuild this run chase, both these batters, Surya and Nilansh. And I think what 7 districts need is a wicket. They need to find a wicket, break this partnership. Worth 50 runs now with that single between Nilansh and Surya.
And Nilansh has not looked troubled at all. Had it not been for the required rate, you would probably start feeling that he's very comfortable around there.
Let's just try and get that boundary in every 2 overs.
Looks a pretty good long format player. Doesn't allow the intensity to drop at any point in time on the field. Whether or not he's bowling, he likes to keep going. Straight to the fielder, another dot ball. Oh, they will pick up a single now. Overthrows, allowing the single.
Yes, rocked on the back foot. Good fielding from Shehzad, but I think the throw was not up to the mark. He threw that at a very awkward position for Farooq Moman to collect, and that fumble and that misfield, not a clean collect, allowing them to go for that run. One more ball to go in the over. Rocked on the back foot, but finds the fielder. 23 overs bowled, 102 for 5.
Zamir into his second over. Nicely cut away by Surya, but straight to the fielder. So that's a dot ball.
How do they take a wicket? That is the point. Both of them are looking solid, and as of now they are not looking to go big as well, so that option of the batters making a mistake doesn't seem to be valid. 7 districts will have to try and attack and do something different here.
Yes, right now I just get a feeling that both teams are going through the motions. Just letting things go the way they are going on at this point in time. Nilansh comes down the track but plays it straight to the fielder. Just another dot ball, 24 bowled, 104 for 5. And a lovely shot there from Surya. Got an opportunity to pull this one, and he did that very well.
Finally, a boundary coming in for DCC Starlets, and finally something for us to talk about. Because at one point in time, it was just bowlers bowling and batters defending the ball straight back to the bowler. A slip in place for Surya. Nicely bowled and again well played. Surya is almost scoring at a run of ball. That's good to watch, and I think he's mixed caution with aggression. There's been a right balance from Surya Satish. Good ball, just beating the outside edge of the bat. Almost took an edge. Nicely bowled, good flight and some turn as well for Farooq. The slip fielder almost thought that he's got that edge and the ball could come to him at any time, but not to be. Oh, that looks out to me. That does look out to me.
Yes, I think Surya has realized himself as well. He did drag his foot forward quite a long way, and oh, he's gotten back in time. Excellent stuff.
That was quick from Surya. Very quick. Not out, says the umpire, and the game shall continue.
There was one opportunity there, but didn't really go through for them. Oh, too far down the leg side. Surya gets bat on ball at the last minute there. (32 of 38).
Another flighted delivery, Fuller in length and drilled towards the long off for a single. End of the over, 25 bowled, 109 for 5. Zamir continues. We're still waiting for Nilanj to break loose. 28 of 65. Get an odd boundary here and there. Played in the gap. That's well played by Nilanj. They'll get 2 runs. Some intent shown, and I think he's only waiting for those loose deliveries, Nishant, to play his shots.
We all know what the approach of DCC can be. I mean, the best thing that they can do. But what about 7 districts? What can they do differently to try and force things at this point in time?
Well, maybe get in a fast bowler, Shahid. He's the man who's given them the early breakthrough. Get him back for a short burst of 2-3 over spell and break this partnership. Well, no need. Nilanj Keswani making room for himself has played a nothing shot. Out of nowhere, he's just lost his focus, and that has brought his downfall.
Yes, that was a nothing shot. That was a nothing shot, backing away and just looking to poke his bat around there. Yes, he's disappointed, and rightly so. 80 pass for 30 of 67. 112 for 6. 61 run partnership comes to an end. Aditya Shetty, pick of the bowlers for DCC Starlets, comes out to bat now. So Zamir has got the breakthrough. Got a fine half century batting at number 3 as well. Flattish this time, nicely cut away by Surya. He will retain strike. 26 overs bowled, 114 for 6.
Nicely played. Get that run. Surya on 36. Aditya gets off the mark on the very first ball. That they've got that breakthrough now. Maybe Shahid can get them a few more wickets. What do you think, Nishant?
Well, you mentioned Shahid and a wicket fell. So bringing him on might just do the trick for 7 districts. Oh, well bowled. Well bowled, Farooq.
Almost another wicket there from Farooq. Wow, that was close. That just had to kiss the pads, and the umpire, I think, had already had his finger ready. He just got the bat in time. Played off the back foot, gets the edge, and they'll get 2 more.
So Aditya 3 of 3. He's again someone who can bat. Off the back foot. Towards long on for a single.
Two more deliveries to go in this over. Some turn. Nicely played. Watchful. Pitched outside leg, so that leg before was never going to be a question. But good to see some turn for Farooq.
Yes, and Surya did well to ensure that he doesn't play it on the onside. That's slapped away, nicely done. Straight to the field, sweeping. That'll be the end of 2719 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Nicely played, straight down the ground. Zamir continues. He got that wicket in the previous over of Nilanj. 163 more needed. Required at 7.1 an over. Oh, that looks close, but there's some bat involved. Yes, got the edge. Bat and pad. Had there not been any bat, that would have been easier for the umpire to call it. But Aditya, lucky on that occasion, gets the edge and he's still out there, giving company to Surya.
Oh, that's another quick arm ball from Zamir. Aditya doing well to get bat on ball. And he goes for a big shot this time. The connection is clean. That's gone the distance. Very nicely struck. Excellent pickup shot.
That was a good shot from Aditya. It was in the slot and down on one knee. Playing it towards the cow corner for a 6.
Yes, Aditya is just making sure that he tries to cover the line of the ball. Well, that is working out well as of now. If he misses, then he's in trouble.
Yes, he'll get that single. And what I like about Zamir's bowling is that he's targeting the stumps. He's keeping it tight, not giving a lot of room, width on offer. End of the over, 28 gone, 127 for 6.
So Farouk into his 6th over. On strike is Surya, batting on 38 to 47. Outside the off stump, goes for the shot, and almost a blinder plucked there by the fielder. It almost stayed. It'll come back for an extra run as well. And welcome back, Asim.
Well, would have been the catch of the tournament. Had that been taken, would have been the catch of the tournament for sure. Well, not to be so. Surya survives. Game is still on. 130 for 6 DCC. And nicely played down there. Now, what's, you know, this innings, the couple of innings that Surya has played, that definitely will add to confidence and will increase his, will invite the promotion in his batting position there for sure in the coming matches for DCC. He's been very promising, and especially, giving that hope to the management that we have a genuine all-rounder in the form of Surya Satish. Look at that effort. Excellent effort.
Yes, that would have been the catch of the tournament. I completely agree with you on that, Asim. We'll discuss the agreeability of the team of the tournament by the end of the day. Meanwhile, a single taken by Aditya will bring the over to an end. 132 for 6 and 29.
Shahid Nawaz has been brought back, and immediately an appeal there. He was on to the back foot. The batter is not too tall. We need to keep that in mind as well. Not a loud shout, but umpire signaling that it is height. A 50-50 affair.
Well, I thought maybe bat involved, but doesn't look like.
Well, it was a question about the height. Well, just for a second it felt that it's going to clip the bails on its way through. Beautiful delivery from Shahid Nawaz. And that's what he offers to the captain. Those surprise deliveries targeting the stumps and that nip from the surface.
And Shahid is going to ask questions.
He just went his 4th over. Well, that was close to the bat. That ball did not come in. He was anticipating the ball to come in there. Aditya Shetty just missing the line of the ball as a result. Pitching straightened. And that outward movement as it went to the keeper's gloves. 151 more to get of 20.3. The required run rate is at 7.4 right now. Beautiful delivery off the back foot. Played it a dot ball.
Yes, 132 for 6. Aditya is just hanging around. Aditya and Surya have put together 20 runs as of now. Oh, that's chipped away. And that's into the gap. That will be a boundary.
A good looking shot from Aditya Shetty. Showing intent here. It was a full toss delivery and just flick of the wrist.
So last ball of the over coming up.
136 for 6 here. Well, that was too close. Will it be called as a wide? No, umpire says no. Well, it was just centimeters away from the leg stick.
Also the pads. Had it struck the pads would have been interesting. 30 ball, 136 for 6. $137 for 6. Aditya on strike. Rais bowling his 7th. He's been the pick of the bowlers here. 3 for 36 in his 6. Back to the bowler again. $137 for 6 in the 31st over.
Nicely played down the ground for a single. Rais, who was given the new ball today, has been brought back. He has been the pick of the bowlers for DCC. He's picked up 3 for 37 in 6.5. Looking for a wicket here.
And again, a tidy finish. So 31 overs bowled, 138 for 6.
140 for 6 after 31.4 here. Surya Satish standing tall.
Looks to cut, play and a miss. That is a dot ball. Shahid just conceding that wide, otherwise it has been a very silent over so far.
Well, he's been brought back into the attack there, Shahid, just to pick up wickets. And bowling outside the off-stump, I think he needs to keep bowling at his strengths, which is targeting the stumps. Gets the ball to nip into the right-handers. This is an over-pitched delivery. So the partnership is building here. It's worth 28 right now between the two. 32 overs gone. DCC 140 for 6. So it's Rais continuing here. Rais has been trusted here to give that breakthrough. I think they need it right now. Drifting down on the leg side, that will be a wide. I think along with the commentators 11, I think there would always be commentators best umpires also. Again, would only be purely based on how they've been managed to manage the games here. Having discussion about what players, it's been a really tough decision to make as to what 11 would be the ideal to have that best possible combination as well.
Yeah, I think one or two spots have been up for debate. Mostly we've agreed on the majority of the spots. And not one spot has been such where three people have given three different names. It just shows that good teamwork is going on in the comm box.
Well, still the hunt for the ideal fast bowlers combination is still going on here. Meanwhile, an excellent looking shot from Shetty plays it inside out, and how beautifully he has executed that. Picked up that area which is safest among all. Tough to execute, but did that perfectly.
Yes, Aditya showing his skills with the bat. Was very good with the ball as well. Full toss, hasn't timed it, but it lands safe. Will pick up a single. End of the over, 33 bowled, 150 for 6.
Short delivery pulled, but there is a fielder there, and will keep it down to a single. So Shahid here into his 6th over. He's bowling his 3rd on the trot in the 2nd spell.
Do you want to know how well you know Rishabh Pant's career?
151 for 6. Surya batting on 45. Shahid into his 6th over here. That's nicely struck. But I think the non-striker got a little bit of body on that one. Single taken.
Well, they're fighting here, DCC Starlets, after being after losing 4 wickets in the matter of 40 runs. They're fighting now. The required rate is at 7.9. Now it's just going to keep on increasing if the number of dot balls increase here. And they'll have to find those timely boundaries. Aditya is giving that able support here to Surya. And flick of the wrist, and that's gone for a 6. What a shot! And you have seen helicopters being played towards mid-wicket. There was just a flick of the wrist there from Aditya Shetty. What a shot.
It's a lovely shot that. This guy seems to be quite a talent. Showed a lot of heart with the ball after being hit. Came back brilliantly. Ended up picking up 4 wickets. And now with the bat, he's just showing brilliant skill.
Well, absolutely. 158 for 6. 33.4 overs here.
Pushed straight to mid-off. It's a dot ball. Final delivery of the over. Aditya's batted brilliantly. 32 of 29 deliveries. Defensively played, that's the end of the over. 34 bowled, 158 for 6. Huge mix-up there, and the decision has gone upstairs.
Looks like Shetty has made it back. It wasn't a direct hit. His body language says that he has made it back. And so was Heathers, if you remember, in the first innings.
I was just about to say that let's not go by the body language. Today has been a different day. But yeah, this time he's home.
When and where was...
159 for 6. Now then, 7.9 is the required rate. 2 set batsmen. Not impossible. Lovely shot there, slog swept by Aditya, and he gets a boundary to his name.
Now his bat is speaking. Earlier in the match, his fingers that spoke. Now his bat is speaking now. Look at that. He's getting those timely boundaries which we were talking about, keeping that required run rate in check. It has gone up in excess of 8, but 163 for 6 right now. 120 to get a 91. Now they would be thinking, if at all they would have had Nilansh Keswani now, it would have increased their hopes of pulling this game.
Nicely defended this time. That is the end of the over. 35 bowled, 163 for 6.
36th over here, Zamir. Continuing, he's into his 5th over. 36th over in progress now. Showing signs. And the dugout is believing that they can pull it off. They had a nail-biter encounter where they were chasing 186, where this man on your screen, Surya Satish, pulled it off. And that single brings up his 50. What a knock. What an important knock here. And to talk more about this beautiful innings from Surya Satish, I have Shoaib Ahmed joining me in the comm box. Welcome, Shoaib.
Thank you, Asim. Yes, what a great time to be back in the comm box with Surya getting that all-important 50 in just 65 deliveries. He's kept himself busy. He scored runs and boundaries when it was needed. And he's still out there. And so are the hopes for DCC Starlets.
Well, the required run rate is at 8 and over. Short delivery cut away, and there is fielder, the substitute fielder comes in play. We'll keep it down to a single. Shoaib, it's been a tough ask here to pick the team of the tournament, the commentators 11, I'd say. And and we're stuck with 2 spots. One of those middle order batters, one as a fast bowling option.
Well, if you're watching us on CricTracker on YouTube, you can leave your comments there and we can have access to what you think could be the playing 11 or the team of the tournament. If you have any suggestions, please feel free to drop some names and also a one-liner on why you think they should be in the team. And if we get some interesting comments, you can talk about that, Asim, here. What do you think?
Well, absolutely. We can do that. And I think there have been really some consistent views out there for all the matches that has been telecasted on the CricTracker page of the 47th edition of the Bukhatir League. Brought to you by skyexchange.net. And if you're sitting in India and in the Indian subcontinent, you can tune into the fan code as well to watch the game live. We are into the final 2 days where both the days finals have been played. Today is the plate finals and tomorrow it will be the cup finals played between Caravan Cricket Club and Kolata Chocolates. Both will be playing their first Bukhatir League finals.
Played towards the point. 114 needed from 81 deliveries. 169 for 6 now. Heather and 7 districts need to take wickets. And there it is. The wicket has come just at the right time for 7 districts. A big cheer, and that is because it is the important wicket of Aditya. He was looking good. He was looking to take this game deep, but that ball just keeping low and shattering the stumps and also the hopes of DCC Starlets.
Well, the hopes were going away with every dot ball. It was getting tougher and tougher for the team. But they kept on fighting. They kept on fighting and not giving it easy for 7 districts.
Nicely bowled again. And the new man in is Sailesh Jaishankar, who takes that single and gets on to the non-striking end. 170 for 7. Surya on 52. Definitely has put on a fight here for DCC. Nicely bowled, quicker, and played back to the bowler. End of the over, 37 overs have been bowled, 170 for 7. Zamir 25 for 1 in his 6th over. Well, they've definitely got an opportunity here. They've got an opening. But Sailesh Jaishankar, we know he can bat. The required run rate is creeping up, 8.7. Now almost 9 runs and over is what is needed in the next 13 overs, and it's getting difficult for DCC. They will have to try and now accelerate and get some boundaries so that they can at least keep that run rate in check.
Well, definitely, and that has to be done by Surya. I'm not sure. I haven't seen much of Sailesh Jaishankar though. Well, almost giving it straight to Heather. 7 down, 172. And things are pretty much in favor of the men in blue and yellow. Men in blue and green are struggling right now. Sort some fight back in the form of that partnership between Nilansh and Surya, and then followed by the partnership between Surya and Aditya Shetty.
That's the kind of batting you expect from the top order, the way they batted, the maturity that they showed out there in the middle. That is something that has been missing in the top order of DCC.
Definitely. And
38 overs gone, 173 for 7. So Heather continues. 38 overs, 173. Required another 110 runs from 72 deliveries. Now, if you look at that equation, and that only on that equation, you will feel that it's definitely achievable. But then, let me draw your attention towards the wickets column, and you see that 7 batters are already back in the dugout, and it's on to these 2 and the other 2 waiting in the ranks to get them those 110 runs.
nicely played down the ground. Looking pretty comfortable in terms of their basics there, Shoaib. I mean, it looks like someone who's come out to bat at number 4, number 5 with that rock-solid stance and that approach towards those shots as well. Basics in place.
Yes, I just need to keep looking for that one delivery in the over where they will have an opportunity to go big. That's where they'll have to capitalize.
Again, played it straight to the short extra. 70 balls, in fact 69, 110, 109 to get. Heave and almost taken there by Shehzad. What an effort. I mean, that would have been curtains, definitely.
Yes, Surya moves on to 55. That was a hit hard, and well, definitely a very good effort coming in from Shehzad. He's had a great day today with the bat and now in the field as well. He's giving his best. Nicely played by Surya for another single.
Just not able to find that breakthrough here. I mean, not able to get through the defense of Surya. He's batting so beautifully. Sailesh on strike meanwhile. Nicely played around towards the mid-wicket. And that singles takes the score to 178 for 7 after 39.
Zamir continues, and first ball has been played back to the bowler. Sailesh Shankar will have to play alongside Surya Satish, try and give him the strike, because now the required run rate is almost 10. They need 10 runs and over from here on.
It's going to get tougher and tougher here, Shoaib, as every over progresses. They need to find those boundaries. They need to find that 20-run over that we were talking about last night as well. And especially in run chases, these are very important aspects that cannot be ignored. Played it upish, and Wahab will take it on a bounce. Big hits are needed now.
Yes, that was a good shot from Surya, but did not get the distance nor the elevation. Couldn't get underneath the ball. You need to get underneath the ball if you want to hit it high. Oh, chip, but no chance. They're taking that direct run, direct hit. What a good throw that is. It has hit the stumps, and it is Shehzad again with that direct hit. What a brilliant effort.
And I think Surya knows that he is short of his ground. We'll have to wait and see. Yes, that's a direct hit, and that's gone. He's making his way back to the pavilion. What a knock. 57 of 75. And Surya Satish making his way back. 8th wicket down. DCC 180 for 8.
New man Angad Nehru Ball on the pads. Zamir going down the leg side. Not the greatest of deliveries for somebody who's just come out to bat. Get it around the off, let it come in. Flighted delivery between bat and pad. That is something that he should be aiming for.
Nicely defended there. No gap between the bat and pad. End of the second power play. 40 overs gone. DCC 180 for 8.
$103 more needed of 60 deliveries. Last 10 overs in progress, and we'll have the winner for the plate final in just about that time. They're looking for 2. That's a big gap there. 2 runs easily. Should be taken. Will be taken.
I think they don't have any option here. It's not about playing for pride now. They've already done that part of fighting for it. Now they'll probably have to give it a try and see how much, if there is a chance there. They've lost the man they could have actually backed for that move, Surya Satish. And the single taken. That will bring Angad on strike. We'll have to wait and see what sort of move does Haider have here. He has picked up 1 wicket. Got that breakthrough of Aditya Shetty. It was so much needed there, Shoaib.
Yes, at one time they were looking good. That partnership between Aditya Shetty and Surya Satish. But now that he's gone, both the batters are back in the hut. 100 more needed. Shailesh and Angad will have to bat out of their skins.
$100 required of 58 deliveries. Down the leg side. I think being over-ambitious there, Haider. I'm not sure why he's bowling so quick in the air. Very flat. Doesn't let the ball turn.
That's much better. Slower in the air, like Asim was just mentioning. That is what he needs to be bowling a lot more. Meanwhile, Angad to get off the mark. He's yet to get off the mark. 99 needed in 57 deliveries.
Shown resilience here. DCC Starlets. It's not easy to get them out of the competition. Nicely played off the back foot. They'll get a single. And I think that knock of Shehzad has definitely laid an impact here in this match. At one stage they were looking at not crossing that 250 mark, Shoaib. But then when he opened up, he made sure that he put them in a very comfortable position. Otherwise we would have definitely seen a match that have gone right to the wire.
Oh, he's gone big. He has connected it well and will cross the fielder as well. So boundary for Shailesh Jaishankar. He played it in the gap. That was a good shot.
Well, making good connection there. Didn't go all the way. He tried that bigger boundary. But good connection. 41st over here, 189 for 8.
Nicely played straight down the ground. They're looking for 2, but a good throw at the keeper's end will keep them to 1.
You're not talking in the
92-53 to get 2 more wickets in hand. It's just about 2 good deliveries here for 7 districts. Nicely worked around. I think directed would have been made things interesting here. Confusion, yes, no, yes, no. Even directed wouldn't have got him in trouble.
Yes, I think they shouldn't bother about the singles and doubles at the moment. They need to think about 6s and a lot of 6s. He made it home comfortably. And I think the bails were disturbed even before the ball was in his hand. That's how it looked. But regardless, he's back home, safe and sound in the crease.
Well, nicely worked around. It was close to the pads there. Just dealing in singles right now. That's not going to help. That's definitely not going to help. And I think this is a time where they'll have to test their abilities, whether they can actually hit 6s or, you know, if such situations they can deal with in the future.
It's just delaying the inevitable. That's what it looks like. There goes for a big hit. And another chance. Should have been taken. Did everything right. Got to the ball, but just couldn't hold on to it. It's not only a drop catch, but we'll have to check. Yes, that's a boundary as well. 4 runs.
Well, another opportunity there, Wahab, to be that standout catch taken. Well, Shoaib, which one of it has been that highlight for you in terms of the catching or the fielding effort in the tournament? Well, one catch of Rohan Mustafa really, you know, takes me. Beautiful. What a delivery from Zamir. It was slower in the air and he was deceived with that fraction of turn coming through.
Yes, just didn't play for the turn, played for the line of the ball, and then That turn from Zamir has just done the trick. Another wicket falls. It's Sailesh Jaishankar who will have to walk back. Number 9 down with 196 on the board. 18 of 18 for Sailesh Jaishankar. 196 for 8. 196 for 9. Oh, no slip in place for Angad. They'll get 2 runs.
Well, sure, but very interesting, isn't it? I mean, having the last pair out there and you're not attacking, not having a slip in place. Pretty interesting move here. Well, looks like Heather has just kept it, like, let it happen whenever it happens.
I think now there's a slip in place. Yes, there it comes.
Looks like he's standing in there for the... And that's what you were talking about in the slip cordon. That's it. That's the final nail in the coffin. You spoke about the slip, and there it is, positioned in the right place, and that's it. 7 districts are the champions of the plate division. Did not win a single game in the league stage, and won those 2 important games that mattered.
Yes, celebration time for 7 districts in the final. They've played well. They never lost their self-belief, but this team, they've definitely done their management proud. They fought, they did and tried, and they came to the final, but just couldn't cross the finish line.
Well, definitely there, Shoaib. What a game of cricket we've witnessed here. It was a seesaw for competition. The way things started, Ronak Panoli gave him the hope that they can chase this down alongside Nilansh Keswani. He scored that 60 of 67, a resilient knock. But what is disturbing is the fact that Shrey getting a duck, Amar getting that duck as well, that silver duck. Punya getting out for 2, Dhiman out for 9. So the middle order did not fire at all. Then came in Surya Satish, 57 of 75, 37 of 39, Sailesh 18 of 18. "17 extras there in that score, and that's the bowling card here for 7 districts here. Rais picking up 3 wickets, 8 overs, 47 runs. Shahid picked up 1, Wajid got 1, Haider picked up a couple of wickets, and Zamir as well picked up a couple of wickets. So it was a collapse that came through after the 6th wicket falling, and they got lost those last 7 wickets. I beg your pardon, those last 4 wickets in a matter of 29 runs. And what a victory coming in. Just 17 extras coming through in those 42 overs. And DCC Starlets were bundled out for 198. And let's quickly check out what happened there in the entire game. Wajid was the pick of the scorers there for 7 districts. 58 of 26 that laid down that foundation. And the final touches given by Shehzad, 54 of 57. Zamir scored that all-important 50 as well in the middle overs, 51 of 33. Aditya picked up 4. Surya picked up a couple of wickets there. However, in response, DCC Starlets, it was just Surya and Aditya that gave them the hope that they can turn it around. No support from the middle order, neither the top order. Rais being the pick of the bowlers there for 7 districts. Winning the game by 84 runs. What a match. And what a way to end their journey of Bukhatir League. Yes, they definitely came in to qualify in the top 8. Did not, but made sure that they ended their journey of the 47th Bukhatir League on a high. And this is how things panned out there in the first innings. That was a wonderful setup there. Excellent catch from Farooq. Came in some good looking shots from Ronak Panoli. He gave them that hope that he can pull things away in favor of DCC. However, just making sure that, it did not last for long. Rais was the pick of the bowlers there. That was a brilliant delivery to get rid of the captain. What a ball that was. Skidded off from the surface. This was Punya Mera, the biggest fish of the lot. And came in those excellent delivery from Wajid. Nilan showed some resistance alongside Surya Satish. Got in those timely boundaries that came through. And kept on going, fighting for the team, and that was a dismissal of Nilansh Keswani, just missing the line of the ball. And then came Aditya Shetty, and before this game, did not see much of his batting, but he definitely promised us that he has a lot to offer to the batting department as well. The shot selection was immaculate, and that was the end of Aditya just getting too early on that ball, and Heather striking. Came in that run out as well of Surya Satish, that just put that final hopes to stand still there. Couple of good deliveries, getting rid of Zamir, and the final nail in the coffin in the form of that catch of the bowling of Heather. Good catch by Wahab. He was excellent in the field. Yes, dropped a couple of catches. However, those were the tough ones. And we'll take a quick short break. And until we have Nishant Majetia, who will be out there for the post-match presentation. Tomorrow, before that, we have the all-important Cup Finals, which will be played between the debutant Kolata Chocolates, who are into their first ever Bukhatir League appearance, and Karwan Cricket Club. It will be played tomorrow. Karwan playing their first finals, Kolata playing their first ever Bukhatir League, and they are into their finals. It is going to be a cracker of an encounter. That will be the last match of this year's Bukhatir League. Until then, we'll be out there for the post-match presentation. Until then, that's it from the commentary box on behalf of myself and Shoaib. Until tomorrow.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello.
In its uncertainties, and of course this plate final proved to be one such beautiful occasion which defines the game of cricket. Well, it was a match between two teams who didn't really fare all that well in the league stages, but ultimately there was something to play for, there was a lot of pride to play for, and eventually a very interesting team came up becoming the champions of the plate division. Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the post-match presentation of the plate final of the 47th Bukhatir League 2022, sponsored by SkyExchange.net and powered by FanCode. Before we begin, we'd like to thank Sharjah Cricket and all the administrators who have been involved behind the scenes throughout this tournament for the support in this tournament. We'd also like to thank our sponsors, powered by streaming platform FanCode, event partners TCM, merchandise partners Leap Sports, food and beverage partners Star Biryani, and beverages partner Dole Juices. Now it's time for me to introduce our guests for the presentation tonight. Let me have the pleasure of introducing you the men in black, Mr. Tehseen Javed and Mr. Sivakumar. I'd request you to please come forward and join us. Before taking this I'd like to request Sivakumar to say words about the tournament.
Thank you, Shan. I'd like to thank all the teams who have participated in this 47th edition of Bukhatir League 50 overs format. I think this is the first time we have done a plate and a category. It used to be only cup, and the top 4 or 6 teams of the throughout the year, whoever is playing well, they usually go to the final. But we want to give the plate category teams also this opportunity of playing a knockout of 50 overs, and that is what we achieved. And congrats to both the teams, 7 districts and DCC Starlets. And tomorrow there is a big final between Karwan Strikers and Kolata, who are the new teams again. I think this is the first time all these 4 teams have never finals, I believe, and we are happy to see new finalists. Thank you all.
Yes, thank you very much, Shivakumar. Of course, I'm pretty sure that both teams will be thrilled to be here. And, as I mentioned in the plate final of the tournament, 7 districts has quite convincingly defeated DCC Starlets. Congratulations to you guys. Well, to start the presentation ceremony, we have the player of the plate final and Mr. to do the honor. The player of the plate from 51 runs, 2 wickets. Excellent all-round performance. Coming into bat at number 3, got some valuable runs and picked up a couple of wickets as well. Well, Zamir, if you can please come forward for a few words. Zamir, जब आप बल्लेबाजी करने आए 3 नंबर पे तब ऑलरेडी एक बहुत अच्छी स्टार्ट मिल चुकी थी, तो ऐसे पोजीशन में प्रेशर कितना होता है स्टार्ट को कंटिन्यू करने का, और कंफर्ट कितना रहता है कि अच्छा अच्छी स्टार्ट मिल गई है तो मौका है कि थोड़ा टाइम स्पेंड कर सकें?
सबसे पहले तो अल्लाह ताला का लाख शुक्र है कि मैंने अच्छा परफॉर्म किया और हमारी टीम जीती। और प्रेशर तो कोई नहीं था, मेरा तो ये प्लान था कि मैंने जाके अपनी गेम करनी है। मैं थोड़ा सा तेज़ खेलता हूँ तो उसी के तेज़ खेलने पे गया और मैंने कहा कि अपने ऊपर प्रेशर ना आए। तो दूसरा कैप्टन ने बहुत कॉन्फिडेंस दिया जिसकी वजह से माशाल्लाह से बड़ा अच्छा खेला और हमारी टीम जीती।
आप टूर्नामेंट में पहले बहुत नीचे बैटिंग करते थे, आज 3 नंबर पे बैटिंग करने का मौका मिला, तो क्या सोच थी कप्तान की और आपकी कि आप 3 नंबर पर क्यों खेले आज?
बस कप्तान ने मुझे कॉन्फिडेंस दिया कि आपने जाना है और खेलना है और रन्स करने, और मैंने प्रेशर नहीं लिया और अपनी गेम की, और जिसकी वजह से मैं अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह कि मैंने 50 किया और टीम जीती हमारी।
और बॉलिंग के बारे में कुछ बताया, जब बॉलिंग करने आए तब सिचुएशन काफ़ी कंट्रोल में थी, आपके हक में ही थी, लेकिन फिर भी फाइनल मैच है, कहीं भी कोई मौका नहीं दे सकते किसी टीम को।
बिल्कुल ये था कि मेरी यही सोच थी कि बस कंटेन करना है, रन्स नहीं देने, तो वही किया मैंने। बॉल जस्ट लाइन टू लाइन की और मुझे विकेट भी मिली और रन्स भी मैंने दिए और अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह टीम जीत गई हमारी।
फाइनल खेल के कैसा लगा इस बड़े टूर्नामेंट का?
बहुत ज़बरदस्त था, टूर्नामेंट भी बहुत अच्छा था और बहुत मज़ा आया।
Thank you very much and congratulations once again.
Thank you.
That was Zamir, the player of the plate final. Now it's time for us to the captain. Adami, please come forward for a quick word. Well, Amar, of course, a little disappointed on having missed out, but still very proud, I believe.
Yeah, I'd first of all like to congratulate 7 districts. They played a very good game. All credit to them. I think the whole tournament we haven't really played to our full potential. We could have, I feel like, gone through the cup finals. But that being said, I think it's a good learning experience for us. Obviously, having the knockout games towards the end is a really good initiative by the Sharjah and Bukhatir.
And do you think when you were bowling, you gave away far too many runs? You could have restricted them to a much lower score?
No, I think on this pitch, the target wasn't the problem, but I think we have to highlight our mishaps was our fielding. We dropped too many catches. We could have definitely restricted them to a much lower total. Yeah.
And what are the positives that you're taking from this tournament?
I think a lot of individual performances, very mature knocks and good bowling spells, and yeah, that's pretty much it. We should have done a lot better, in my opinion.
Well, I've heard that DCC Starlets has a problem that whoever is the captain undergoes a rough season. So you want to shake that off?
No comment. No. comment.
I mean, you want to shake off that little curse that is there. I mean, become the captain, stay the captain, and get a good season going ahead.
I mean, yeah, I'm not going to say no to being captain, but let's see how it goes going forward.
Very well played, and congratulations on playing the final.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amar. Now he'll receive the runners-up trophy from Sivakumar and Tehseen Javed. Yes, you can afford a smile, Amar. No two ways about it. He played good cricket all through. Now, can I request the winning captain, Mohammad Haider, please come forward for a word. Well, Haider, it is always said in cricket that key moments win you games. Key games win you tournaments. Not a single win in the league stage, but won the the most.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been a a tough tournament for us, but I think we clicked right at the right time. And yeah, even though it's played, but yeah, we this is a good achievement for us. And we are a very good team. We have a mix of youth and experience, and we didn't really play up to our potential in the first 3 matches. I believe that we should have been in the top 8 and play for the cup. But yeah, I mean, nevertheless, we clicked at the right time, and I wanna personally appreciate all my boys that they all put in the effort when it mattered. And we won the semi-final, and now we won the final. Yeah.
Well, it was an important game, of course. You won the toss, elected to bat first, and they right from the word go. Your batsmen came out all guns. You kept attacking, lost wickets, but the attack never stopped.
No, absolutely. I mean, that's what it was. Look, I think I've been mentioning in the interviews and everything that we're an aggressive team. I'm an aggressive captain myself, so the decisions that you'll see throughout will be like that. And we're here to make a difference. We're here to show that we're a big team as well, and we're here to win tournaments. And that's what the thinking is, and we're very high in confidence. So yeah, I mean. At first, we wanted to bowl first, but then looking at DCC Starlets, we analyzed them in the last 3-4 matches, and we said, we'll put in some good runs, maybe 200 plus. Even in the last match, they got stuck a little bit chasing, even though then Nilansh and Surya came in and they played a good innings. So, I mean, even today, they both were the key batsmen for them. They stuck in there. So yeah, I mean that's what the mindset was. We put in some good runs, made some changes in the batting order, sent in some guys who were going down. I said, go and express yourself, and alhamdulillah, we were successful there.
Right then, and once again, heartiest congratulations, and looking forward to seeing you more.
Thank you very much. Yeah, same here. Thank you.
And now I'd request Mr. Sivakumar and Mr. Tehseen Javed to please give the trophy. Haider, you have to pick up the Champions Trophy. The Plate Champions Trophy there for Mohammad Haider, captain of 7 districts. Now can I request the 7 districts team to please join the captain to the Champions Board. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Kumar and Mr. Tehseen Javed for joining us. Thank you very much, sir. You can also join in for the photo session. And with those pictures, we'll say goodnight to you. And of course, it's not over yet. There's still a game coming up. The big final, the cup final of the SkyExchange.net 47th Bukhatir League, powered by Fancode, between Kolara Chocolates and Karwan Cricket Club. We'll be back with all the action from it. Till then, on behalf of everybody, it's goodbye and good night from Nishant Majid here. Sleep well. Do take good care.